What's going on, guys? Welcome to the attempt 2 of Starship Flight 12. How's everybody doing over there in the YouTube world? Good? Good. I'll allow that. Off topic, but Neutron isn't doing well. What is going on with Neutron? This is coming from Pat, from Patio. Oh, oh, okay. That's, ooh. Was it supposed to do that? Crack is formed on the neutron interstage that has been on the stand for several weeks. Checking from several angles, it appeared that the crack goes most, if not all the way around. Cranes have arrived on site, which usually indicates they'll be moving the hardware back for further analysis. I'm almost wondering if that's destructive testing, dudes. Interesting. I mean, it's the interstage, guys. That's straight load testing. The interstage is not pressurized on Neutron. Interesting, it's the tapered area. Wasn't that supposed to be flight hardware? Yeah. Hey, Myers. What's up, dude? Dan, you're excited? Nice. Good stuff. Is that the thing that replaced the thing that popped? No, that's a different thing. That's a different thing that popped. Yeah. Several components have failed testing dramatically. Not great, Bob. Not great. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's destructive testing or not. Interesting. Actually, if you guys want to see some other cool stuff, well, before we jump right into Starship stuff, take a look at this. This is coming from our buddies over at Blue. Look at that. They have another Noogles ready to go. Huh. So I'm going to go ahead and guess if they're going and integrating this thing right now, that whatever problem happened with the Bluebird 7 mission, they probably haven't figured out. Do we know NG4's payload? No. The avionics is blurred out, guys. People don't like showing off the computers. That's what's up there. It's the avionics package. Falcon 9's is in the same spot. But yeah, there's them integrating the entire stack onto the transporter erector. Yeah, Chrome, just the tip. Anyway, that's the NG4. That's another new Glen ready to go. I'm pretty hype on that. That's pretty good. Anyway, let's go back to our buddies over on NSF here, see what they're up to. I was doing the stakeout streamcast for them this morning, but this is their main launch stream. This is Elysia. Elysia's still doing a video.
Those aren't great if we want a launch attempt today.
I hope.
Good deal. Y'all, I got to give a quick shout out to Elysia. In the video that you just saw, that's Elysia Siegel. She does a weekly...
Why are they not on Twitch? Well, they do. I'm kind of the apparatus for NSF over here on Twitch. So, yeah. They are on Twitch, just it's through my channel. I am the liaison.
We're media. We cover everything that's going on with space. Other companies' developments, Rocket Lab doing things, Gilmore over in Australia, news out of different countries, European space flights. Every single week, we produce a video that gives you a quick
I am
update,
the NSF stream
15,
now.
20 minutes worth of update news as to what's going on in the rest of the world for all the other things. And if there's big Starship news or Falcon 9 or something like that, that gets included as well. But if you're
Yeah, Yoda, yeah, exactly. I'm not sure what somebody would learn from seeing it unblurred. Anybody that would be, I don't know. I guess it's some. I mean, Blue has the right to, it's not like they're complying with some crazy like, you know, government censorship or something. Like ITAR exists, right? International trafficking arms regulations. Like, but I'm very much sure that that's more a proprietary thing. They're doing it because they don't want people to see it. It's that simple. They don't want people seeing the insides of the interstage or the engine section, Was that Mahoodles? No. But we are Mahoodles fans here. Deriven, we're Mahoodles fans here. She does stream on Twitch, but no, not for NSF. That was Alicia Siegel. She does the This Week in Spaceflight over for NSF. I'm gonna key in Starbase Live here. Any space news today? Not that I know of. I don't know why, but I love watching airlines on Flight Radar go around the TFR. Yeah, that makes two of us. Yep. You see, there's no planes right here, is because that's where Starship's going. Couple of these guys are flying through, but they'll fly out and around it. The temporary flight restriction goes basically from here, from the southern tip of Texas, across the Gulf, all the way down to Jamaica. You definitely don't want to be in this area when Starship goes off, just in case something goes wrong. You don't want debris hitting an airplane. Hey, what's that? Well, the WB-57 is up. It looks like it's heading back to Ellington, though. That's a NASA reconnaissance plane. They use it for imaging rocket launches and reentries and stuff. November 9/26, November Alpha. Yeah. These are the two perimeter helicopters that you may have seen flying around on the NSF streams. Better was taking pictures. Jared was out at the same time. Yeah, see, the helicopters they land right here on Highway 4, and they refuel them here. EJ, you're Jamaican me crazy. Sorry. Yeah, you should be for that one. Hot fueling for the win. Yeah, that's right. Hey, fellas, if you're just going to excuse me for 1 second, I just have to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of NSF here for a second, and then I will be right back.
I forgot that there's this thing that they do with the range helicopter.
It was coincidence.
So I assume it went all the way to the pan.
Yeah, you saw something that was out of whack, out of spec. The tower vent stopping early got your attention, and then you also saw a Cybertruck driving that way, and it just made you sort of think like, wait a second. But there we go. We got it on the camera. You know what I want to know? At that site yesterday, we had a camera fall over. The little tripod is a super wide camera, and it fell over. I wonder if the helicopter blew it over. Perfectly possible. The helicopter is like right next to us. We're gonna have to secure the cameras better when we put them just off. You can even see a camera in the front of that one shot. There's a bagged camera with a white bag to waterproof and reflect some of the sun right there. We of course did a better job of battening them down today, like connecting them to the ground, weighing them down. But I wonder if that's why we had a camera tip over yesterday. Usually we've gotten pretty good at making sure those things don't tip over, but I'm not gonna say that they're helicopter proof. In any
I suppose the helicopter produces quite a lot of wind, and wind is not good for cameras.
Turns into sidewards wind when it hits the ground and then goes towards the camera. I'll have to ask. Dee's camera is the one that was. I'll see if it fell in the direction one would expect if it was helicopter prop wash going out in that direction. But right now the clock is continuing to tick. Just over an hour and 30 minutes from the opening of the window. Even if the vent is not continuing to go, remember it's a launch window today. We did get that last official information from SpaceX saying that the weather and the winds were looking good. So is there a GSE related issue going on right now or not? We're going to keep watching all the vents. We're going to see if anything happens, vehicles going out there, somebody approaching the pad, and we will check in as soon as we have any more information. Ryan, let's go back and see if we can't get a question over in chat. Remember, if you got questions for us, tag us at NASA Spaceflight in chat. There's the helicopter win. Look at that.
Speaking of, a very expedited landing and touchdown, if you like there. They kind of just got the skids on the ground and then cut the engines and slammed into the ground. But it's on the ground. Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing, right?
It came in a little horizontal there, it looked like. If that was a moon lander, it would have tipped over.
Good thing we have 100% Earth gravity and not 1/6 Earth gravity to play with in Starbase. We had a question from Robert Game Blade asking, any comments on the 5 sustainer engines for hot staging and 33 for boost back? Was this expected and would this cause more questions based on the timings on SpaceX's website? Alex, I saw some things about this yesterday. I'm not 100% sure what SpaceX announced, but do you have any more insight on that?
Could you repeat it, please? Sorry, I was trying to look at. Yeah, there's other things going on as well about this flight on X. There's a new one post. I don't know if we're going to show that. But anyways, can you repeat it, please?
If there are any comments on the 5 sustainer engines for hot staging and the 33 engines for the boost back burn, was this expected and would this cause more questions based on the timings on SpaceX's website?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. That was part of the commentary yesterday from SpaceX, sort of their updates that they do. It was a bit surprising about for hot staging. What they explained is that for the previous version, we saw 30 of the 33 engines shutting down for hot staging, and then 3 engines will remain, right? And then they will flip, realize the middle ring of 10 engines for the boost back burn. So the boost back burn will be 13 engines. What they explain is that there are 5 sustainer engines for whatever reason. The only other time that I've heard that is like Atlas missile sort of thing, sustainer engines and whatnot. So 5, then they'll shut down 28 engines instead of 30. So they'll remain with just 5 during hot staging. And then somehow, for boost back burn, they're lining up all 33 engines. So the 28 that shut down will return for that boost back burn. I'm sure it's not going to be 33 engines for the entirety of the boost back burn. They'll probably shut down engines as they go through the boost back burn. It's 1 minute long, and I don't think they have really that propellant, that quite amount of propellant to inspire all 33 engines for an extra minute after having already powered through 2 minutes and 11 seconds of ascent. And so that is quite interesting. What we saw, what they said yesterday. I'm not sure if it was speaking or something like that, but I would not be surprised if that was actually the case, and that SpaceX really is attempting to really push the boundaries of how much G's can a rocket booster take. Breaking news.
Uh-oh. Here goes the breaking news stinger again.
That's
Looks like we got the tweet from Elon. This is what you're talking about, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
Alex?
Yeah, he confirms still T0 being 5:30 p.m. Central Time, or Texas Time. I guess Central Time doesn't exist in many other states, I guess.
Somebody needs to reply to him and say the power vent disagrees.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they've been doing these chill downs quite quickly. Sometimes if they really want to power through those, they might be able to, but it's weird because it usually starts a little bit earlier. Yesterday it started a little bit later, and then it also turned out that, the launch also moved later into the window.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens, Elon.
But it is that hour-and-a-half window, so just like we saw yesterday, we got a couple 30-minute slips originally, so we'll continue to watch things, and we will report back here. Real quick, we're going to go through, and we're going to catch up with some things here, but mods are going to come. They know what's coming. I'm curious. One of the reasons we do this is because we want to help share what's going on with folks all over the freaking planet, right? It's not just the people that are here in Texas. It's not just people in Brownsville. It's not just people in any given state or anything like that. We've got folks watching from all over the world, so we're going to not play a game. I'm just going to ask you a question. It's not a game. It's not a prize or score or anything. In the world right now, where are you watching the
They were
stream
already
from?
answered.
I know, they knew it was coming. They've watched the stream before. I'm going to try to look at the live fire hose of chat, and I'm going to try to answer or just read some of these back as they go through. But tell us in chat right now where you are watching from. Wow, it is bright out here. I should have thought about that. South Africa, Sweden, California, Northern California, Paris, France, Switzerland, Belgium. Turn up some volume. Oh, turn the heli volume down. That's not the heli volume. I think that's some wind blowing through a microphone. Canada, European friends in there, Costa Rica, Netherlands, Michigan, New York, Malta, Sweden, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Finland with lots of D's after it. Okay. NYC, Poland, undisclosed location. Very clever. Nice. You think so, but you're connected to the internet. Oklahoma City, we've got New Zealand. There's a super chat that came through. Amp Boat 7672 said New Zealand. Corpus Christi, Texas. Jeffrey Drees, 1254 from Corpus Christi. I went to Cal Allen, Jeffrey. I grew up over that way out on the Robstown side of things. I went to Cal Allen High School long ago. Denmark, North Carolina, Austria, some messages held for review I'm not going to tap on. Poland, Florida, Michigan, again, Trinidad, Tobago, I haven't seen that one yet. We've got Spain, you've got some friends there, Alex. Kenya, I don't know if I've seen that one before. I'm pretty sure the moon is not a valid answer because Moonlink is not up there yet. Not sure how you do watch them. Maybe Scotland's nice. India, Florida, all across the map. There was a Kerbal Space program, Kerbal Space Center somewhere in there. Here's one. It was a super chat for $101. Ethan, whoa, can you grab that patch that flew away? Ethan Sin did $101 saying, come back for day 2. Let's work early in Orlando, Florida to watch your amazing team bring this to life. I'm going to click the little thumb next to that. Thank you, Ethan, for the $101. I'm literally reading these on my phone, and there's no way I'm getting them all. We've got Renee Abe, I think, from Brazil. $2 from Brazil. Anyways, folks, it's a cool thing to sit here and, I'm standing on top of this hotel at South by Dry Island. We've got all these cameras plugged in. It's definitely not just us. We've got folks all over Starbase. We've got folks on our own team all over the world who are making these things happen, but we do it because we want to bring it to y'all. We want to let y'all see what's going on. So we do appreciate everybody, wherever you're watching from, tuning into the show. If you're watching from somewhere around the world, there's a little thumbs up thing, okay? You can like the stream. If you haven't yet, click the little thumbs up for us. That tells YouTube, like, hey, this is kind of a cool thing. Maybe some other people would want to come see this. I don't know how many thumbs up there are on the stream right now, but I imagine with this number of people watching, y'all could make that number go way higher. I cannot read that in the sun. Jeez, it is bright out here. Alex, can you see how many likes the stream has?
Hang on, because I actually have to refresh. Let me see. About 5.7 thousand.
So
I have an update.
Okay.
That we can see right now on our screen. Go back to the other one. There you go. Tower event is back. So that's great news.
Good deal. Just about halfway up the tower, you see the little plume going to the left. It looks like the tower has sprung a leak. Kind of. It's an intentional leak, but that's the tower vent that Alex is talking about, right, Alex?
I'm seeing now 6.5, so that's about 800 more likes. At least.
Do better than that. There's 36,000 people watching, and only 6,000 of them actually like the show. What are we doing wrong?
Needs to be at least something.
It needs to be at least something. No, can you imagine NASA's official commentary doing something like that? Whatever. We can do what we want. So the tower bit's going like gangbusters again. Maybe Elon did the tweet saying that the flight time was still on and realized the tower bit wasn't going to want somebody to turn the thing on to get the flight going. But that is what we want to see. And Alex, here on this view, we're going to start to see that pipe turn white, aren't we?
Yeah, the vent, of course, gets frosty the first. But then there are 2 different lines. Come on, venting. Don't get in the way. I don't want
venting
to
like right in front of the cameras. Look at that.
Yeah. There are 2. So there's the body of this pump itself. There's the actuator as well. And right now we can see there that helicopter flying off. Hopefully for a last time.
All right.
Before the launch happens.
Going
So
out
yeah, there
to continue clearing the range, making sure the range is all clear of boats and parasailers and that sort of stuff.
Exactly. So yeah, there are two main lines, the one for oxygen and the one for methane. Those will get frosty, will turn white as we get closer to propellant load here. There are two lines. How to explain it? There's like the actuator, that big sort of cylindrical thing attached to the tower, the corner of the tower that we can see right over that vent. That actuator is sort of cylindrical right over the vent. There's a squiggly pipe, if you will, quite thick but squiggly pipe right above that. That is the one, if I'm not mistaken, for oxygen, and then there's one. You can see where the vent is located. There's another one like that right below it. That should be the one for methane. So those two will get frosty. Will turn white basically as we get closer and closer here. I wish it was my background instead. I'm not as fancy as Ryan, so I cannot do it. But yeah, maybe in another time.
Maybe in another time. Nice. And that's what we need. We need to get the telestration turned back on so you can like circle the vent when you're talking about a specific vent.
Yeah.
Or line
I guess,
or whatever.
I guess I could turn into the vent man, in a future
vent
flight.
man?
Yeah, I can just get up and do the whole thing with the green screen and all that stuff that Ryan does.
I'm gonna
Should
send
try
you a
to
cool
learn how
shirt
to
that
do it.
says Alex the Vent Man.
I already have my falconologist.
Your
jacket.
falconologist shirt, nice.
Yeah.
All right, so the clock is continuing to tick. That venting coming from the tower is definitely welcome sight that we want to see. The beach is actually starting to fill up. More and more people packing down at the southern end of the South Padre Island beach there. Got some folks with their sunshades and that sort of thing, but more and more people will be coming into there. I imagine at some point we'll also see some vehicles filling into Isla Blanca Park. If you're down here and you're looking for a place to watch the launch from, the beach right there is fantastic. You can go in, you can pay to park at Isla Blanca Park. It's a public park down at the end of South Padre Island here, and you get a parking space, you get a place to go and hang out. There's going to be a lot of people down there, so if you're trying to get a parking space, you may want to get there sooner rather than later. All right. I think we've got some more information. A lot of the times we get folks asking us like, hey, where's that rocket going? Right? Which way is it going? Can I see it is a question we get a lot of the time. I believe we could check in with Ryan, who can help us understand what today's flight trajectory is going to look like.
Indeed. Today's flight trajectory is going to be a little bit different than what we have seen before because Starship is flying a little bit more to the southeast than previous, the 11 previous flights, I should say. And we've also got a little bit more of a hook on the end of the re-entry, which will be really interesting to take a look at when we get an opportunity to take a look at that. Fingers crossed in a moment.
All right, I'm back. Oh man, that was not fun. that was not fun. Feeling lighter? Yeah. Anyway, hey Juan, EJ goes to the bathroom and the NG3 report gets approval from the FAA. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, I just approved it from the toilet. Oh, Taco Bell? No. I had a steak and cheese sandwich for lunch. A big one with onions, peppers, mushrooms, bacon. Yeah, this was preventable. This was preventable. Was it worth it? Oh, heck yeah, it was, man. Oh, you betcha. You bet your bottom dollar that these brothers know how to handle business or something. Tower vent is back on. All right. Oh, you look so happy. Dude, I'm happy. I'm happy it's over. Anyway, enough about that. Random unprompted question. Last plumbing inspection might be due soon, but this one was self-inflicted. Rev, this was self-inflicted. Bubble wrap nominal. Toilet is powered. Waste tank purged. All right. Yeah. All right. I get it. Hang on. Here we go.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Grab onto something, bite your lip, and give him hell. Yeah, brother, you gotta be careful. You gotta relax, or else you're gonna blow an O-ring. Hey, cousin. Hope we can light this candle for KB. Hey, cousin, look what I got, dude. I don't even like Cobblish. I couldn't stand him, actually, but I damn respected him, and that's why I do this. That's why I got me some peanut M&Ms. Who does number 2 work for? Yeah, right. I got him. They suspended use of the number 8. Good. I was waiting on YouTube for your stream to start, not dual streaming this time? No, we are. Say hi, chat. Say hi. Let me tickle you, chat. That's Discord over there. That's the EJSA Discord. It's pretty poppin'. You should come in there. We're over here, ignored like usual. Oh, shut up. You're literally on the screen. You're on the screen. Anything special that allowed a 24-hour recycle instead of a 48? I think it was really, Nate, I think it was due to the whatever failed. Like, they had some trouble with the hydraulics on that pin arm on the SQD. So there's a hydraulic pin that's kind of on the back side of the tower in this picture. It's over here because the ship quick disconnect arm actually wraps around. It kind of looks like this. Kind of looks like a big L. You know, it pivots off the back of the tower like that. Like if this is the tower here, right? It does this, right? The pin latching mechanism is over there. It's kind of around the corner, so to speak. I think that's what ultimately got them yesterday. That's what got the launch yesterday. They got. You didn't say it. I wrote it on the paper. Oh, yeah. Itsy bitsy spider went up the water spider. That's how it works, right? All right. The SQD pin goes in the square hole. That's right. So we are 1 hour, 16 minutes, 58 seconds out here. Once again, I have this is the NSF launch stream. I was doing the stakeout stream for them a little bit earlier. And it looks like that tank farm is really cheeching. Look at that thing. Whoa. They suspended the number 8 and it'll be ready for Brexton. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's good on Childress. I have to ask if EJ's mom was right. Elon said it was an issue with the quick disconnect arm. What did my mother say? I don't remember. This feels like a weird conversation to have. Yeah, Wartaz, you can just don't overdo it, all right? Oh, yeah, my mom blamed Nicki Minaj. That's right. That's right, she did. She did do that, didn't she? All right, fellas, okay, here's the thing. I don't, hate Nicki Minaj or anything. Clearly some people do. From, me streaming it and Tim Dodd streaming yesterday, and everybody's like, oh my God, why is Nicki Minaj doing it? Hey, dude, look. You don't have to like the music. You don't have to like her as a person. I'm kind of indifferent. I know she's a very successful rapper. She's like I think she's the most successful female rapper of all time. Like, fellas, you know, you don't have to like Nicki Minaj, and that's all fine and dandy, but also at the same time, that's exposing an awful lot of people to space and science that wouldn't otherwise be exposed to it. Just saying, you know, even if you're not that big of a Nicki Minaj fan, be pragmatic about it. That's more people knowing about space, and that's what we want, right? That's good. That's a good thing. I mean, Petty, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, yeah, that wasn't what was going on, you know? But, you know, like, look, I don't hate Nicki Minaj. I don't listen to that type of music, dude. Like, I'm not really the biggest rap fan. Like, I like, if anything, like, I like, I'm the most boomer take when it comes to rap music. I like the rap music that I grew up with back in my day. No, I like Run DMC, Beastie Boys, you know, LL Cool J, like, no. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years, you know, but hey, just because it's the music that you don't like listening to doesn't mean it isn't bad music. It is bad. It's bad music. Music is subjective. So, but just remember, dude, that's a whole bunch of people getting exposed to spaceflight that wouldn't otherwise be. So that's a good thing. Helicopter. Yeah. Yes, yeah, behind the bike shed. Stand still, laddie. Yeah. No. I mean, if you got the joke, it was funny. New Kids on the Block? I mean, Donnie Wahlberg's there, so that's kind of cool, but I didn't really listen to New Kids on the Block. Question, what is the farm doing? What's all that venting? They're chilling down the lines to move the propellants around. Yeah, they're making sure everything's the right temperature to move the prop. Run! Go! Get to the chopper! Is that good? Is that good? We did it? We got it out of the way? Bert, what's up, man? Yes, yeah! Stand still, laddie! If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding! How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? Yeah, you're behind the bike shed! Stand still, laddie! No? Alright, some people got it. Some people got it. And some people are just like, he's lost it. In which case, yeah. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
Right.
But the
Anyway, is he going insane? Yeah. Or I'm back to normal. Remember, you don't need no education or thought control. Your thoughts are handled in the classroom. Hey, streamer, leave those kids alone. That sounds weird. All right, cool. Anyway,
the floor of the
back to what we were
and
doing.
then he jumps up again, and then it sinks again, and he touches it and
It's like
bounces back
slamming
up.
against the base of the bottom of the water because
Yeah.
it's not that deep out in the Gulf.
Exactly.
Not this
and
close
this
to
thing
shore.
There's
is
no
huge.
bricks here, so
Yeah.
there's no wall. Like the
Install
building
like a
is hollow.
booster,
That's all I'm
lighthouse
saying.
out there. Like it touches down softly, but then it sinks straight down and it rests on the ocean floor, and the top half of it is still sticking out of the water. That would be a sight to see.
It's a good album, all right?
That's not the official plan. We're just sort of.
I mean, I'm not the biggest Pink Floyd fan, but Roger Watt, The Wall is not to you know, say that David Gilmour wasn't good either. Like they're both pretty damn good. Just saying.
The middle of that
Inside the
elbow
tower.
macaroni shaped thing, right?
Yeah.
Alex is like, really? It's a propellant line. It's not a macaroni, but you can see it. It's right there. It looks like a
I
noodle
get
you
your
would cook.
point.
Yeah, Lewis, you
Yeah.
need that.
Yeah,
That's
all right.
important.
Got the raceway going up the side there.
You just got the zoomies after using the
It's
litter
a very
box.
slow tilt up. I would guess they parked the tower elevator at the bottom during launch, right?
Most likely, they still have stairs, internal stairs, all the way up to the tower, to the top of the tower.
Anyway, all right, we're an hour and 10 minutes out here. There was a scrubbed attempt yesterday. The pad was not cooperating, but, you know, the way the tank farm's going, the way the evac's going, We should be in line here. I did a great job taking you to the dark side of the moon. Us and them. And after all, we're only ordinary men. It's a good song. Dude, in a simpler time, I used to play that when we were orbiting around the moon. It's good stuff, man. Yep, this is the vent pipe. So when they move propellants up into the ship quick disconnect, when they move the propellants up in there, or the up the lines, they have to have a vent line, because the propellants, as you put them in the push them through the pipe, they're going to evaporate. So you need to have a vent line. When the pipe gets fully cooled, right, and the propellant fills it all up, they'll close the vent line, and that's when the ship should be good for fueling. Did you find out what the errors were? The pad, Crow. The pad got him yesterday. Brand new pad, though. So what are you going to do, right? Schwip, quip, just connect. They got by their own pad. It happens. Pyro, you're in DFW at the moment, headed to Orlando. Any chance I could see this? You depart at 5 Central? If you're on the right side of the plane in a window seat and there's no clouds, maybe. Might be too sunny out, dude. Remember, yeah, the Falcon 9. Yeah, we would launch our Falcon 9 to Absolution Calling. Yeah. Good times, dude. Maybe the pad being an issue rather than the rocket is a good sign. Yeah, it seemed to be a small hydraulic issue with the pins on the SQD. There are locking pins that hold the ship quick disconnect. This thing pivots off of a kingpin back here, and it's kind of like, if this is the tower right here, it's kind of L-shaped, and it goes around the tower like this, and it pivots off the back. When it's in the forward position, right, there's a locking pin right here. That would be somewhere, it'd be right here, right? And the pin wouldn't open. You can't have that there when the ship goes to launch, right? Normally they'd release the pins, and then the ship quick disconnect would pivot out of the way. It'll rotate out of the way. It'll rotate. If the camera was up here and we were looking down at the pad, it would rotate this way. It'd rotate clockwise away. But yeah, if that thing can't retract, you're not launching, because worst case scenario, right, Starship hits it on the way up, and that's the end of that. Best case scenario, Starship launches, misses the thing, but it gets so ridiculously close to the first stage, it basically destroys everything out on the end. I mean, what's coming, you got to remember, what's coming out of the bottom of that thing is basically a blowtorch. There's my buddy Das. All right. It'll torch stuff, and it'll torch stuff really quickly. Sounds like something that should have been tested beforehand. Yeah, human, you say that. They tested the quick disconnect during the wet dress rehearsal. It worked yesterday, but it doesn't work today. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a little bit of a pain in the butt fault tree analysis there. Yeah, Das runs NSF. He's also hosting their the Starship cast over there for NSF. That's Ryan. Ryan's cool. We like him. Oh, Discord went off too. Hello. Good stuff. Yeah, mods, the helicopter was Starbase Live. See? Which doesn't have any cameras pointed at the helicopter that's making noise through the stream. You know, as one does. It's the blight of an engineer. You fix it, it works. You leave it untouched, it doesn't work. You return, it works again. Yep. 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 Today was yesterday, so yesterday is not today. What? You miss Adrian? Adrian is doing more background stuff nowadays, Flavia, but he got made an offer he couldn't refuse. Capiche? Made an offer he couldn't refuse. So he's kind of, NSF is kind of his side hustle now. He got made an offer. Couldn't refuse. Buonasera. Buonasera. Come to me, the second attempt of my rocket's launch, asking for favors. You never call, but you come here asking for favors on the day of my daughter's wedding. Una offerta irrenunciable. Sí. Sí, amigo. Perfect time for an Alex impression? That was not an Alex impression. Man. You said today the SQD pin didn't work. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Oh, well, here. Look at this. That's fun to look at. In fact, I think that was Italian. See? Yeah. Italiano. Parle Italiano. Oh, wait, that's French. Whatever. It's fine. They all sound the same to me. They don't. I know they're different languages. I'm just being a jerk. Your NSF stream isn't live. Oh. How about now?
They were to do it, then that uncrewed landing, if they already had planned to not do it with a
right.
full-on HLS landing.
Okay, prepare to fast forward. Prepare to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. No, it's live now.
Actually changed their minds, and they tried to kick two birds with one stone, if you will.
Kick?
And yeah, I don't say the other thing. It's still quite bad for the birds, but at least we don't kill them.
Alex, let me summarize what I think you said.
Yeah.
Kick two birds. Kick the bird. Kick it with a stone. Or Blue, you said I was misspeaking. Holy balls. You know, okay, so you know what the thing is, dudes? And guys, this ain't no excuse by any means. We got to be better than this. We're all freaking super tired. The entire NSF team. Dude, we were in the back channel. We're like, wait, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah. All right, we're good. Like, we're all completely out of it, dude. Like, so if you hear us saying some weird stuff, like if you heard some weird stuff being said during Stakeout and we're like, what is EJ saying? I don't know. Just keep watching. Yeah. Yeah. You know, like we're all super tired. We all got in early this morning and I was like, Ryan, are you awake? He's like, no. He was just, that was Mr. Map. He's just like, no, mate. I'm like, yep. Me neither. How many holds at T-minus 40 today? I'm going to say one. One hold, then release, then we go. Have I seen the recent Blue Origin post? Is that the one where they're putting together New Glenn? Yeah. Sorry, wait until the mission to the moon. You'll be live 24/7, 365. We did that already, but yes. I joined the Stakeout stream a while ago, and you guys were drawing hot dogs on one of the satellites they're deploying. What? That. Yeah, we were. New Blue Origin post. Blue Origin's got an FAA launch license. Oh, so the FAA released the mishap investigation from NG3. Oh, nice. Okay, so what does that mean? So the third New Glenn flight failed. It didn't go well. They did get their first stage back, and they did successfully demonstrate reuse on a first stage, which is fantastic. That's a huge credit where credit is due. But the second stage didn't. Second stage very well. They lost a customer's satellite. That was on the NG3 flight. That was, well, shoot. When was that? A month and a half ago? Hey, we're inside of an hour for Flight 12. Prior to our second GS2 burn, we experienced an off-nominal thermal condition. As a result, one of the BEU engines didn't achieve full thrust to reach our target orbit. Yeah, they keep saying that. I'm pretty sure that's a good way of saying they went to start the engine and it didn't. Yeah, it didn't achieve full thrust. That's a nice way of saying it popped, but whatever. Yeah, that's a nice way of saying it. Kaboo! And the stage started spinning out of control. And then they released the satellite when it was spinning out of control. I don't know. That's just a theory. But guys, honestly, BE3Us, it's an expander cycle, dual shaft expander cycle. Those engines don't stop working. They don't deliver like half the amount of thrust. It's an expander cycle. It either works or it doesn't. I mean, that's basically exactly what I said. I have a theory maybe they had ice in the lines or something, or they had a clog and the engine just didn't start and it had a hard start condition and popped or something. It's just a theory. I can't prove it. This is just me. What do I know? I have no idea. But I will say this. Blue did their due diligence and they're ready to fly again. So whatever it was something really simple, unfortunately. They said it was thermally off nominal. Yeah, okay. The BE3U hard started. It was not great. I know this is mildly out of the normal ballpark, but what are your thoughts on the SpaceX IPO? We are using it to get funding to scale Starship. Spoon. Yeah. They're using it as a way to get the 2-point conversion, so to speak. We'll talk about it like that because I know you know football, like the good football, not everybody else football. It's not something that they absolutely need, but it's something that's going to kick the Starship program into overdrive. And if you kick the Starship program into overdrive, you could start working on Starlink V3. Starlink V3 is going to pave the way towards the data center. I think NSF calls them slop links, the AI data center satellites. And with the AI data center satellites, I do believe with the V3 version of Starship, I do believe we also will get Starlink DTC and Starlink as a cell phone provider. Yep. So I think they're going to scale Starship for initial capabilities. Starship V3, Starlink V3, Starlink direct-to-cell satellites, basically flying cell phone towers and become a phone service provider. And then from there, they're going to use that to scale from the revenue from that, they'll use that to scale to the AI data center satellites. Yeah, the IPO is just an ends to a means to an end. They want to kick Starship into overdrive. That's the whole idea. I have read a little bit more of that S1, the S1 IPO forum dudes. It very much seems like they're only with publicly traded companies, you can spin off a little bit of the company for public trading, and you can keep you have like different classifications for stocks, right? Long story short, I won't get too much into it because frankly I don't understand most of it, but what I do understand, Elon will never lose controlling stake of this company. He positioned the stocks in a way that makes it so he will always have the final say, and I think that SpaceX is only really spinning off like maybe 20% of SpaceX AI Link whatever into an IPO. Like they're only offering so much of the company that could be publicly traded. Yes, you can do that apparently. I mean, so yeah, I have my things about the IPO and stuff, and I'm not the biggest AI guy around. Like, I think AI is cool. It's pretty neat, but I consider it like here, Spoon, here's how I like to look at it. Give me one sec. What is this? What is this? This is a ball peen hammer. All right, it's a hammer, okay? If you need to screw something into something, do you use this? No. You do. Yes. Yes. Oh, I see a lot of you are fans of percussive maintenance, right? I think AI is a tool, and I think just like everything, it's just a tool in the tool belt, and it will find its natural place in a hierarchy of the digital frontier that we're building. You know, I don't think it's the end all be all to every single freaking thing, if you really want my honest opinion. But it's still, a hammer is not useful. A hammer is useful. You can use it to hammer things. SpaceX's go for prop load. Yes. This is a percussive maintenance device. Yep. If it's a ball peen drive screw, then yes. You mentioned a specialized tool for this specialized tool. Interesting. Thank you for proving my point. Now, it's cool. This can do its own thing. Like, an AI is just that. It's a tool in your damn tool belt. It's not the tool to do everything. Like, even a multi-tool, like a Swiss Army knife, is not going to be the end-all be-all, like, unless it's a Leatherman, in which case, hell yeah, right? But even a Leatherman is, having a Leatherman is good at a pinch, but you really want a toolbox if you're going to do some work, right? Like, that's the whole idea. Also, shout out to Tang Tools. We like Tang. Those are good tools. Go for grok load. So, you know, I think I see what they're doing with the IPO. It's pretty dang safe. Even if the AI bubble is like, if the AI is just that, even if it's a bubble and it pops or whatever, it's going to be a step back, but it won't put like, it won't bankrupt anybody. It won't put them in the poorhouse, I don't think. But then again, I ain't no finance bro, you know what I mean? I can rebuild a carburetor and then tell you how that thing works, though. Yeah, Arnok, for sure. Okay, so we have a woof. Woof. Okay. SpaceX team is go for hamster. No, I mean prop load. No, it's got to be your hamster. No, I tell you what, I can get a good look at a rocket by sticking my head up the nozzle, but I'd rather take Elon's word for it. Yes. Yes. Is the toilet go? Yeah.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Yep, toilet is go.
No, there's nothing burning or anything like that. Sometimes you see a lot of this venting going on. It's normal. It looks very weird, but it's normal. It's just that they're venting more.
What about the bubble wrap?
It sort of depends from day to day. Different atmospheric
Alex,
conditions.
silencio, control. How is the bubble wrap? Is the bubble wrap good?
Copy, bubble wrap nominal.
All right, cool, thank you. All right, yeah, see, we're good. Everything's fine.
Again, that window of opportunity opens at 5:30 local.
All right, so people are looking at this and going, is that normal for that to do that? Yes, it is. What they're doing now is they're moving the propellant into the vehicle, and that requires a lot of actuation. And they use nitrogen. They use nitrogen and some vaporizers to help move it around. Actually, it's a little more complicated than that. I need Ryan with me, but yeah, see, tower vent is on. This means that they're really starting to move propellants up the lines. You could just see the fuel lines there. They look like a zebra. Fuel and oxidizer lines up. That's the actually oxidizer vent. The liquid methane has a recirculator, right? They're starting to move propellants into the pad right? For propellant loading per their update. Once we start seeing prop load, you should start to see frost accumulate on the booster. You start seeing ice accumulate on the outside of the booster. That's condensation from moving the cold propellants into the booster. When they move the cold propellants into the booster and the rocket itself gets cold. When the rocket itself gets cold, vapor in the atmosphere down there in southern Texas, it's pretty hot down there. It's very humid. When the vapor from the atmosphere, which is in gaseous form, gets near that, it'll actually condense it because it's so dang cold, and ice will accumulate on the outside of the booster. It's the same type of thing that happens if you have a cold drink on a hot summer day. You take it outside, take out cold snap, right? Start sweating. There you go. Powder sights and main landing gear. Again? Come on, man. We need some fire here, man. We need some heat here, man. We need some heat. Take that. Hey, Lone Wolf, I'm watching with my elders. Can you say hi to Doug and Jackie? Yeah, what do you think this is? CNN? I can talk to you guys if I want to. Doug and Jackie, how are you? I'm EJ. Lone Wolf, or whatever Lone Wolf's name is in real life. It's probably weird hearing him called that, but told me to say that. See? Oh, yeah. 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 Now it's weird. Now I made it weird. Isn't that cool? Yeah. It's just weird now. Hi. Where are you going? You think they're going to come back?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, well. What are you going to do? Why yesterday they were able to hold for 5 minutes? Well, for V2 it was about 15 minutes. Probably conservative parameters, Flavia, if I had to guess. Your V2, by the time we get to the end of that thing, they really had a pretty good understanding about what made that thing tick. So they probably could go for longer than what was alluded to in the cast by Dan yesterday, but they probably don't want to because they're not sure what's going to happen. Gonna need to do more cryo tests to really fully understand how that all works. And that'll happen as we see more flights, dude. Fork on head or it's scripted? I don't have a fork. Fork you. Bados. There was a 24-month resub in there. Thank you very much. EJ doesn't wash his launch shirts. This is fine. Hey, look, all right? Bill Murray once said, there's many stages. There's not just clean and dirty. There are many stages, all right? You take this thing, you leave it outside for 15 minutes on a clothesline in the morning. You leave it outside for 15 minutes. It's good as new. Good as new, man. And that's Bill Murray. Bill Murray is not wrong. Do we think that this is the last version of Starship for quite some time? I think it'll be a little bit of time before we see V4 D-Money. Yes, absolutely. They got to get this thing working. Lone Wolf used to stream KSP back in the day. Right on. You were expecting the suit? Well, SpaceX, the dress code at SpaceX is a little more casual. So I got my SpaceX apparel on, you know? Hi, AW. What's up? Thank you. How many R's are in the word strawberry? Oh, yeah, I see what you're doing here, Dean. There's definitely 5 R's in the word strawberry. Yeah, I see what you're doing. That's a funny joke, but yeah, there's definitely 5. Hey, look, it's D. Oh. Is this the Lucky shirt? This is the Starship shirt, the Mechazilla shirt. Strawberry. Why can't they launch when the temps get too high on the prop? It'll boil off, Pancake. They're using fully cryogenic propellants. So they're using liquid methane and liquid oxygen. If it gets too hot, the temperature... Oh, hello. if it gets too hot, the temperature will make the propellant evaporate. Think about like if you have water, you put water on the stove, it'll start boiling, and eventually, if once you get past the boiling point, it'll just boil off, it'll turn to steam. Propellants will do that, even at like just outside ambient temperature, because in order for liquid oxygen and liquid methane to be a liquid, it's got to be really freaking cold. So if they let it sit there in the sun for too long, that's it, they'll boil off, and you'll overpressurize the tanks. Don't want that. Because that'll happen. Don't want that. It'll pop. Just like what happened on the screen there. But yeah, the propellants basically have a shelf life once they start filling them. Once they start filling up the booster, you ideally want this. This is what you want here. You want to take your liquid fuel and oxidizer and atomize them in an engine and shoot them out the back at really high speed. After, combust them and then shoot them out the back at high speed. That's very important. Hey guys, I don't know if you know this is NSF. Right? See, NSF. How long until Optimus pad red team? That would be something. Will version 3 make it? Yeah, dude. Jared is flying above Starbase right now? I'm not entirely sure that that's him. I think that's one of his planes, but I don't think it's him. I think he said he was in DC. Okay, R-Blue. Have you got money on the number of flameouts post-launch today? What do you mean? Engine failures, Jaeger? Do you think some version of Starship will be assembled or built in space? No, I don't, Major Who. I think Starship will build things in space eventually. Like big space stations or big spaceships. That'd be pretty cool. Derek, what do you got there? Jared Isaacman said today he's going to fly real quick and inspect the QD. I don't know if he's kidding or not. I mean, but then again, see, this is what I was talking about yesterday, dudes. This is what I mean. You think, oh, he was in DC yesterday. Surely he's not at Starbase today. That getting down there that fast would require one to have their own fighter jet. Yeah. Yeah, see, you guys are right. It might be him. He may not have been kidding. He may not have been kidding. I'm just saying. Is Jared Isaacman NASA trained? Yoda, he's not NASA trained, but Jared Isaacman has been to space 2 times. He's done extravehicular activities in space. Privately funded missions that he funded himself. The Inspiration 4 and the Polaris Dawn mission. Inspiration 4 was the first all-commercial space flight. He went up there with 3 others, with Haley Arsenault, Chris Dombrowski, and Dr. Cyan Proctor on Inspiration 4. And they had the first all-civilian, privately funded spaceflight. And then Polaris Dawn was a little bit later with, he flew with his pilot, Scott Poteet, and then Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis to engineer some SpaceX. Anna's actually a NASA astronaut nowadays, which is pretty cool. And they did the first commercial EVA. He's gone outside of a spaceship into the vacuum of space. That's the guy that's running NASA. And these were both space flights that were relatively recent, which is pretty cool. He also has dude, Jared Isaacman is playing GTA in real life. Okay. Like you play GTA online, you walk into this upscale garage, you just have like all these sports cars and then you have fighter jets and stuff. Like, yeah, that's what he's doing. He's just playing GTA in real life. And you know what? I'm kind of here for it, man. That's super cool. I think that's super neat that someone can do that. Like, you can just get in his fighter jet and just fly wherever he wants. Whatever. And Sarah is a NASA advisor now. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, Yoda, he's the real deal. I know that, but I was wondering if he would be able to, if he would fly their jets. I don't think he'll fly T-38s. I mean, maybe. He also announced a huge reorganization. NASA undertakes major reorganization to reduce bureaucracy and move faster. Oh boy, that's a whole thing. I'm going to have to read that over the weekend. Isn't there a big press conference on Tuesday? Hey, Tim, watch your language, dude, but you don't like T-38s? What's wrong with T-38s? See, the exhaustion delirium is setting in. Something like that. Yeah, that's on the moon base. He organized the mission directorates today. Oh boy. I'm going to have to go read about that. Okay. So what we should start seeing here, and once again, these cameras are provided from our buddies over at NSF. Hello? Okay. They're frozen. What is Starbase Live still up? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I apologize. It's all good, bro. You can say you don't like T-38s. That's not the problem. That's not the part I have a problem with. Just try to keep it classy for me during the day. I mean, I curse like a sailor at night, dude, but if I'm going to be a teacher, you know, I'm going to try my best not to just curse up a storm, dude. Where'd EJ go? Yo, Old Dirty, I'm right here. You know? Old Dirty, right here, son. We're good. You do not curse like a sailor. Yeah, you've never heard me off stream. Prop load started on Starship. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You should start seeing frost lines and ice start to accumulate on the sides of the vehicle here. How do you know so much about spaceships? What's the purpose of the ship? This particular ship is a test flight. Starship as a whole, Asfundo, is supposed to be the first super heavy, so like gigantic, fully reusable rocket. Like you get most rockets in the past, you either ditch something or ditch a booster, or you ditch an external tank and part of the vehicle comes back, like the space shuttle. Part of the space shuttle comes back, part of the space shuttle stack comes back, or a capsule comes back, right? Starship, everything you see here, from here to there, should come back. The booster should turn around and it should land and get caught by this catch mechanism up here, and then Starship should be also able to do that. Now, this one is not doing that, but in the future, this test flight should pave the way for a fully reusable vehicle. Fully reusable rockets that go to space, let alone one that can move 100 tons of payload up there, that's like the holy grail of rocket engineering. It's really, really, it's a really big deal. Even a test flight like this, where they're going to expend the booster and the upper stage, there's the vehicle's in two parts. You have the part that goes into space and the part that gets it up there. This is the go up part. This is the go fast part, because you need to go fast to get into orbit, right? Even a test flight like this is a big deal. Now, as for me, I'm self-taught when it comes to rockets. I just like this stuff too much, I guess. I really kind of just started playing Kerbal like 15 years ago, and it just spiraled into me doing this. Pretty good at it. I understand what's going on. I can explain it really good, so, you know, that's good, right? What was the problem that delayed the launch yesterday? Karma's the launch pad was not cooperating with them. Now, the other thing, Osvan, I didn't mention this. This right here, see this structure? That's the old pad. Every prior flight, so this is Starship Flight 12. Every prior flight has launched from this pad over here. The one that the vehicle is on over here, that pad right there, This is the first flight for that pad. All right, and we also, on top of that, we have a new version of the booster and a pretty dang new version of the ship. So there's a lot of new things here. Flight 12, even though this is a 12th Starship test flight, there's a lot of new stuff that has been introduced. So if you're going to introduce new stuff, you got to do a lot of testing. And unfortunately, the pad got them yesterday. They got by the pad. NSF launch stream is back up and running. Prop loading is confirmed. Yeah, all right. So once again, when they start putting fuel and oxidizer into the rocket, you'll start seeing frost accumulate on the vehicle. That's right, Fluffy, yes. Odds Nikki crashes the stream today? Oh, I don't know. Hey, it's Fundo. That's tier 1, baby. Welcome to Mission Control. You are go at throttle up. It'll play. Come on. Hello? Hello?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey! That wasn't yours, but hey, whatever. It's good, man. I got it working. American components, Russian components, all made in Taiwan. Could you show the first Pad 1 launch to show how much of a smaller version this is? The first Starship was about this tall, right here. From super heavy all the way to the ship. It was about here. This version of the ship is it's taller, dude.
Discovery,
yeah. Thanks for the explanation. You're very welcome. Send this puppy upwards. I'm in, dude. Let's freaking go. I'm gonna head off. You're gonna head... Bro, 30 minutes, dude. Too tired? Too tired? Who are you? Oh, mate, it's too tired. It's too tired. It's midnight. It's got a lot of 30 minutes. So, man, just sit here and watch this with us. Oh, but it's too tired, mate. I'm too tired. I don't have aircon.
Go at throttle up.
Oh. Launches in 30 minutes. The action will last a couple hours, assuming it launches on time. I didn't know you started spelling Mr. Drummer, W-I-M-P. Wimp. Now, if you gotta go to bed, go to bed. Seriously, though. Wimp.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Drummer, get to sleep, dude. I'm only busting your chops because it's funny. All right. Hey, Sky, thanks for the 5s. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for making sure my alerter works. I appreciate it. Is your NSF source on 1080p? Probably not, because all their systems look to be taking a dump. There we go. Drummer's my lead mod for anybody wondering what the heck just happened. Okay, Kerbal Guy with the $10 super chat. Thanks again for the great coverage. Here's a small contribution for cake. If everything goes well, because cake is better than pie. The YouTube alerter does not work. I still haven't hooked it up, Dean. I'm sorry. It's just because I like ignoring you. It's 1 a.m. Still watching. That's the spirit. I'm super tired and I have to go to the gym at 10:30 a.m., but I'm not going to miss this. Yeah. You're not going to miss your gains. And SpaceX
space.
isn't going to miss their gains. It's all about them gains, dog. Snake, gifted 10 subs over there. Thank you very much. I knew it. He admitted it. No. Where are the cool sunglasses? I got the need. The need for speed. You're still dangerous. But you can be my chat anytime. SpaceX is live. All right, we're gonna head off from the NSF coverage here. We're gonna go over to SpaceX's coverage here. Once again, coverage you've been watching up until now has been from my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. If you want to go over there, give them a subscription over their YouTube channel. It doesn't cost you anything. Yeah, it'd be good to support them because they provide us with awesome camera angles. And I also do work for them from time to time. I did their stakeout stream this morning for, I don't even know how long those stakeout streams last. It's a long time, but you know, whatever, it's good. You mean the need to issue speeding tickets? John, do you have any idea how fast you were chatting? How fast you were chatting? Meow, what is so dang funny? No buts, Meow. That's the law. Not so funny, Meow, is it? You were chatting the speed limit. Meow, I don't think you were. 7 miles an hour. And normally when I pull people over, they pull over to the shoulder. We're combining references. Oh wait, we can't play this music. Can't play this music. It'll flag the YouTube bot, so I gotta get music going. I gotta get music going for it. What did we play yesterday? Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, alright. I'll just put my own music on it and it'll make it cool. Ready?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
This is great! We should do this every time! Okay, all right, that was good. All right, cool, sweet.
It's currently 5:01 p.m. Central Time, and we are just 28 and a half minutes away from
awesome.
the first flight of SpaceX's next generation vehicle, Starship version 3.
Holy crap.
Yesterday's launch attempt was
A little
scrubbed
fired up
due
there.
to a hydraulic pin on the pad tower that wouldn't retract. But good news, the teams were
That's right,
able to
Star.
resolve that issue, and we're proceeding ahead with attempt number 2 and blue skies to boot.
I'm good.
I'm Kate Tice, Senior Manager
What up,
of
Kate?
Quality Systems Engineering.
And I'm
What up, Jake?
Jake Berkowitz, a lead propulsion engineer. And today we're coming to you live once again from just outside the production floor at Star Factory, where the team's preparing for Starship's 12th test flight.
Yeah, yesterday was certainly a nail biter as we recycled to the T-40
I'll get it to you later, dude.
T-minus 40 second hold a couple of times. And while we unfortunately weren't able to lift off, keep in mind that this is the first flight of a completely redesigned
this is
vehicle.
space.
So
I'm in
we
space.
actually learned a lot in what
Thanks,
became
man.
a wet dress rehearsal yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. And Starship version 3 has undergone significant upgrades, taking everything we've learned from the previous 11 flights to make a vehicle capable of full and rapid reusability.
All right, weather is definitely looking better today. We have an 85%
Discovery,
probability
go
to
and
go,
drop.
last we heard from SpaceX. So we're really just hoping that pad cooperates. Oh, ho, 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 huh. 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 Whoa. Whoa. Jeez. Okay.
Are designed to enable
What were we doing?
us to
Sorry, I lost
send
my train of
payloads
thought.
and eventually people all the way to the moon and Mars.
Yeah, and in the meantime,
That's
we're planning to put
nice.
Starship to work on future flights
Need a
by
room?
launching bigger
I mean,
and more
flame-
powerful
maybe flame
Starlink
trench, not a
version
room.
3 satellites, which aim to substantially increase capacity in orbit, strengthen the network, and deliver an improved experience for customers.
Now turning our
Hands
attention
above the
back
table.
to today, our primary objective for Flight 12 is to put these new redesigns all together in a real live flight environment. From the outside, a lot might look familiar on Starship,
Ew,
but
what's up,
beneath
dude?
the surface, it's all
Thanks.
new. As we've said before,
What?
Starship is still a developmental program. What we're doing today is a test. We launched to learn and
This is
test like we
space.
fly.
I'm in space.
Yeah, and it's really the data we're expecting to get back from today's flight that will
I
bring
do
us
radio,
closer
yeah,
to
it's a
making
good time.
Starship operational and unlocking the next generation of our future.
Dude, everything looks so much cleaner with this whole pad design. It's kind of uncanny, dude. Haters will say it's fake.
Stairs, where Dan
What up,
Hewitt
Dan?
is just outside our launch.
Hi, Dan. No, you can't have any more gum. That's none of your dang business, and I'll expect you to stay out of my personal affairs.
We're looking good for a launch today. Do you want to do a quick summary, though, of what we saw yesterday, how we got back to launch? It's a really good example of all of the different moving parts that have to work together to get a rocket off the pad. About halfway up that tower, you see an arm that holds all of the propellant connections into the ship. It's also set up so it kind of pushes against the ship to help make sure that we have a really good connection, and it stays attached when we unlatch that quick disconnect. There's a pin in the arm near where that attaches to the tower that has to be removed before the arm can swing away for launch. It's important to remember there's a lot of benefit to not release the arm too early or too late, and a lot of hardware that has to work in concert in very, very short time frames. We started to unpin it. Releasing that tension caused some motion in the arm that triggered a hold, and that put the pin back in. Then that got us into a bit of a tug of war between systems on the tower that rely on hydraulic pressure to work. Really, the arm trying to keep its pressure on the ship and trying to pull that pin out. You saw we made a couple of attempts to fix the issue, eventually got the pin to start retracting again, but hit the same motion hold. Ultimately ran out of time. The team, though, made some hardware, some software changes to get us into a better position to fly today. We had the tower team up there last night. They welded in some hardware that's going to cut down on the motion of the arm as it's pushing back when the pin's released. And getting all the data we saw on how this hardware interacts in those critical moments, went in, looked at our software, all of our logic, see where we were overly conservative, where we may have had holds built on the wrong readings or the wrong times. Overall, though, really fast work by the engineering teams put us in a position for flight today. Heroic work by our logistics teams to get all the propellant out there. But things are looking really good for launch at the moment. Right behind me, all of the flight controllers on console, looking at the rocket, looking at the pad, looking at the range, all the systems as we count down to liftoff. Propellant load is underway. You can see the rocket getting frosty. We're on track to launch at the top of our window at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Weather has been gorgeous. Thank you to everybody who was outside yelling at clouds that got us weather yesterday. It extended into today.
I was just yelling. It wasn't necessarily at clouds, but it was mostly at Max and Ryan. Close enough. It's close enough. Yeah, just once again, I saw you ask it. There's nobody on board. This is an autonomous test flight. Nobody's on this thing. I wouldn't want to fly it. It's got no life support on it. We don't. You'll go somewhere, and you'll go somewhere fast, but not for very long.
3. As Kate noted, some of the outside will look familiar, but we've made extensive upgrades across the entire system.
I've seen it.
Big picture to Starship's still very, very big. It's just over 407 feet tall, fully stacked, a little bit taller than version 2, have more propellant in both stages. On the bottom half, our super heavy booster has some visible structural changes on the outside. On its top, we've got an integrated hot stage now, got rid of the one-time use one, so we're doing that for reusability. The ship's Raptor engines are going to be igniting directly into the top of the booster. That's where you're looking right now. All of that force and heat offset by the pressure inside the booster's fuel tank and a thin layer of non-structural steel. The grid fins on the booster, which we used to steer on descent, went from 4 down to 3, but we made them 50% larger. Higher strength, also use them for lift, and we'll use them for catch on future missions when we bring the booster back. We redesigned the fuel transfer tube inside the booster. That's what's sending all of that massive amount of liquid methane down to those 33 engines, lets us light all 33 at the same time and have faster, more reliable flips. The bottom of the booster looks very different with those Raptor 3 engines.
Guys, there's 33 Raptor 3s down here in the first stage. What you're looking at right there is by far and away the most powerful rocket humanity has ever made. Probably twofold. Starship and its variants have roughly, and this is rough. This one actually has more than double, but it has double the thrust of the Saturn V rocket at liftoff. That's the rocket that took men to the moon in the 60s and the 70s. It has twice as much. This version 3, this new version with the Raptor version 3 variants, is making 18.2 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. For the metric folks, that's about 80.2 meganewtons. So if you didn't understand what either of those numbers mean, picture an 18 million pound block of concrete. If you dropped it on something, the force that crushes that whatever you dropped, like say you put a car under there, right? You dropped an 18 million pound block of concrete. and it landed on the car, you wouldn't find any pieces of the car. There'd be no car left. You'd be picking the car up with a sponge. It'd probably just be a puddle of oil, right? That is the force that pushes up with, which is crazy. That's ridiculous. It is, like I said, this is a very, very powerful rocket. It's the most powerful humans have ever made.
So, just an incredible amount of effort.
I don't know.
Best.
I don't know when Crew's going to launch on this thing, Vortex. It's going to take some time. SpaceX has opted for an iterative approach where they just they add components as they launch more. So it's kind of hard to say because the next launch is only what denotes the next launch only is what goes good on this launch, right? If everything goes good here, they'll add another thing to it, right? And say they add another thing and they go to launch and it doesn't work. They'll fix that thing and then try again and then go. And then, the launch after that, they'll add another thing, right? They use very incremental design. It's called iterative design in rocket science. So it's really kind of hard to predict the timelines here. Heck, it's hard for SpaceX to predict their own timelines,
The Eagle has landed.
Luke.
Build more nuclear power plants.
I mean, yeah, that's a good idea. We should do that. And Luke the Duke had a 70-month resub. Thank you. How much does it cost each time? Asfundo, it's expensive. If you have to ask, you probably can't afford it, right? It's hard to say exactly because SpaceX's financials are very private. I mean, they're going to be public soon because SpaceX wants to do what's called an initial public offering and start publicly trading a portion of the company soon. So it's hard to say exactly how much one of these things costs. I would say probably about $1 billion for what you're seeing on the screen. Yeah, I think that's a pretty conservative estimate. And now, is every Starship in the future going to cost this much? No. What you're paying for right now is the testing and that incremental upgrade, right? Because hopefully you get to a point in the future.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Eight-Finger Fred, gifted 5 subs, and Captain Q with a huge bit load there. Thank you. Let's get this baby flying. Absolutely. So hopefully in the future, right, you start employing Starship at scale and launching it maybe once a day, maybe twice a day, maybe once an hour, right? At that point, it's not going to cost $1 billion to launch at a time. The price goes down with rockets if you manufacture them and you buy them in bulk.
This is space. I'm in
Space
space.
Pope! Gifted subs support, gifted subs now. What's going on? There's the Dodger dogs.
The satellite. And the Dodger Dog serves as a tech demo between the V2 and the V3 Starlink satellites, and acts as a platform for testing V3 components. Now, the larger V3 satellites aim to greatly expand our network's capacity, while V3 hardware is designed to support faster Wi-Fi and improved broadband speeds for our customers while providing significant capacity upgrades from the V2 Mini. So, in addition to delivering future V3 satellites to the Starlink network.
So I have a personal theory, dude, that if this launch doesn't go well, I got whispers that the IPO, and I think it was on the S1 forum, that the IPO is going to be sometime in June. Sometime in late June. I have a theory that if this one doesn't go well, they'll probably try to launch another one sooner rather than later. But I don't know, just a theory. Elon did say on X yesterday that that's what they'll do if this one doesn't go well. But I really do think SpaceX is banking on this one going better.
On the moon, with a constellation of satellites designed to connect.
Any thoughts on why they made the catch arms shorter? They didn't need it. Gold Fever, if say you're flying around in a Cessna, say you're flying around in a Cessna 172, great plane, right? You're not going to need a 10,000 foot runway to land, right? You don't need that. Maybe a 3,000 foot runway to land a small plane like that. I mean, maybe if you're at altitude, you might need a longer one. Depends on the sea level altitude of the airport, right? But for the most part, you're not. Oh my gosh, not this again. I've seen this movie before. The computer goes rogue. I've seen this movie before. How about we don't do that? So you don't need. They figured out that they don't need as long of a runway with the chopsticks, so they can use shorter ones.
The team takes space safety.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm afraid I can't do that. This conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do
So
that.
for more on safety, go to Starlink.com.
Wasn't that TARS? Some people think it's TARS from Interstellar, and it does look like TARS from Interstellar, but no, that's the monolith from 2001, dude.
Now let's dive into the flight profile for today's test. As we've mentioned already a couple of times, there are numerous redesigns making their debut today.
They do, Dan.
across
Yeah, the arms have less
launch
moment
vehicle.
if they're shorter.
In light of this, we want to keep our learning focused on all of that new hardware and software. So we're running a flight profile that's similar to past Starship flights in order to minimize any new variables.
Yeah, that's right. So as always, we start with liftoff, where Super Heavy ignites 33 of those brand new Raptor 3 engines. We power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation, where the booster shuts down all but 5 sustainer engines. Stage 2 then lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy, where we see stage separation, debuting the integrated hot stage, directional booster flip, and engine relight for boost back using 33 engines. And after coasting for a few minutes, the booster today will target a landing burn and soft splashdown a few miles off from the coast to Starbase.
Ship keeps it going with ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory. Then we'll deploy 20 Starlink simulator satellites and 2 Dodger Dogs, as we affectionately call them.
So
we also plan to relight a single Raptor engine. Next,
2 of the satellites that they deploy, those Dodger Dog sats that they're talking about, have cameras on them. SpaceX said they're going to use that camera to image Starship. Now, whether we see that or not, I don't know. That's another story. We might see it, and kind of that's what I'm really waiting for. I want to see this thing pop out a satellite and then see a camera on the satellite of it drifting away. That would be pretty cool. I really hope we get to see that, and I really, really hope we get to see that live. You know, that would be pretty. That last part would be pretty cool.
Awesome. But sit tight because first we're going to go to Dan for a quick status check.
Yep. Hey, everybody. Good news. Still looking good. Range is green currently. We're expecting another update on that in just about 4 minutes. That should be our final determination. Weather continues to look amazing. Vehicle and pad both looking healthy. We are a little over 80% on fuel, 95 on LOX in the ship, and then a little more than 2/3 it's looking like on booster. So we are on track today, looking good for a launch right now at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, so we're going to do that right at the top of our window. Once again, though, we're going to be targeting to send Starship around the world for a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We had a really quick check-in yesterday with the Starship recovery.
Who's going to build the launch hardware on Mars, Zoros? Optimus might do it, dude. Knowing Elon. You know, knowing SpaceX. I mean, SpaceX merged with XAI, and I think they want to merge with Tesla. Oh, gosh, our boy is back.
Australia. Seren, how's it going, man? Welcome to the Flight 12 webcast. How's everything looking out there in the landing zone?
No, it's not.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a little rougher than it was yesterday. Nighttime, it's hard to see the horizon, but we're looking at about 10-foot seas, and we're loving it. But it's rough.
All right, what's your guys' primary job out there? I mean, you're out kind of in the middle of nowhere. What are you guys doing?
Thanks, Dean.
So, like as you mentioned, like it's usually a 500 to 600 nautical mile sail from shore. And our primary goal is as a range clearing group. So like we come out here and make sure there's no one else in the area so the rocket can launch. But that kind of allows us to do our second goal, which is to conduct imagery of the rocket as it re-enters and as it splashes down. We get a lot of other data, but like the primary one is for sure imagery with an ensemble of maritime and aerial-based assets.
And talk to us a little bit, because it's evolved over time, kind of humble beginnings of getting those views, to talk us through where we've gotten to now today.
Yeah, I think some people know, but like the Markset bots are quite identifiable. That's the buoys that we use, and they were originally used as sailboat racers, and we kind of put them in as a Hail Mary attempt on Flight 5 to get imagery of the rocket as it came down. And we all thought it maybe would have worked, but we were super shocked and really pleased to see all of the buoys pointed right at the rocket as it came down, which was a testament to not only the scrappy engineering we were able to put together, but also the rocket's ability to land right on target. Yep, and then since then, we've kind of iterated more and more, and these buoys have become way more robust and have now a lot more data collection materials, not just visual imagery. And as a result, they kind of are the most mature versions they've ever been. And it's really cool because almost all the buoys that we're deploying even now for Flight 12, we just got them off our back deck a few hours ago, are the exact same ones that were used for Flight 5.
And I saw a couple of user terminals. How's Starlink kind of playing a role in this entire operation?
Dan, I'm not gonna lie to you. If we didn't have Starlink out here, we would be screwed. Like just on like a usual basis of like working, we're allowed to like have calls with each other and like work on documents with each other, send things to each other in like a very timely manner because of the Starlink on the boat. But not only that, each one of these buoys is equipped with a standard Starlink Mini, the one you would just get from like ordering it commercially, and that allows us to not only operate the buoy remotely, but also to get live stream data and telemetry, which is honestly super useful, and I don't think we have another solution for it without Starlink.
All right, before I let you go, what's it like? You're out there, and then all of a sudden, Starship appears out of the sky. What's that feel like, man?
Dan, I can't lie to you. It feels awesome. Just like being on the boat, not seeing any land for miles and miles, and then hearing the Starship crack down with its sonic booms and watching it breach through the sky. It is one of the most magical feelings on Earth, and really excited to feel that again today.
All right,
yeah,
well,
baby.
Thanks, Suren. Good luck, man. Hopefully we're sending a rocket your way real soon. Thanks for joining us in, man. I'm going to send it now back down to Kate.
All right, guys, here's the thing. On the Twitch side of things, we're about 10 minutes out. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to force a pre-roll ad, and some people will see ads, but what that does is make it so it won't show any ads during the ascent. So I don't want, the last thing I would want is to have this thing fly and then maybe, you know, like it goes to staging and somebody that's watching the stream sees like an ad for Pizza Hut or something. Not that I hate Pizza Hut, but, you know, there's a time and a place for Pizza Hut, all right? And during a rocket launch is not one of those times, okay? We like Pizza Hut here, okay? So I'm going to run those ads just for the people that, you know, are just popping in. Maybe you don't have a subscription or something. No big deal. I don't ask for subs. I earn them, okay? So I'm gonna run them now. I hate ads personally, but I'll run them now so you don't have to see them during the launch. And Andrew, thank you for the 18-month resub. Appreciate it. Frick Pizza Hut. No, man, Pizza Hut's cool. If it's like an old school Pizza Hut rules. All right. You're a little bit older. You got a little bit more mileage on you. You know what I'm talking. You've done more orbits. Space Stream. You know what I'm talking about. Old school Pizza Hut is awesome. I hate ads.
Discovery,
they're coarse, rough, and they get everywhere. Hey, Arzer, thank you for the 3-month resub.
Discovery.
Oh, that was a 3 months in advance. 3 months total. Thank you. Junak, what's up, dude? What if it's a Pizza Hut branded Proton rocket? No, see, there's a time and a place. No, that doesn't work. That happened, but that doesn't work. Hey, Oliver, 2 Swiss francs. Thanks, man. No ads here on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube, the YouTube algorithm is just like, here, have some ads. Yeah, I have no control over that. I have control over it on Twitch, but not on YouTube. Sorry, dudes. So, ads happen when ads happen, all right? Sometimes it happens. What? Ads. What? Oh, he is there!
Cool is doing a spacewalk, but we're going to try our best to make it as exciting. Like, thanks for joining us here today, man. You had an excellent entrance on the way.
He's the guy!
It's great to be here. Yep, certainly great to do a little bit of a flyby. I think they should accompany all the great rocket launches, and we certainly got a great rocket out there on the pad. But wonderful to be back, and no surprise, it's always changing here. It looks amazing.
I was going to say, it's been a couple of years. What was your impression flying in? It just... the lay of the land?
Well, I think it was actually maybe 10 months ago. I was here slinging pizzas. I got a new job now, but it was. There's been so much that's changed even since then. That's not a joke. Yeah, the facilities look amazing. All the housing that's coming in here, and of course, you got 2 orbital launch pads out there and a rocket that's just looking fantastic, especially from the air. It's good.
Yeah, you said you got a new job. It's been a slow start to your first 6 months. I mean, you only sent humans around the moon for the first time since the Apollo days. Bill and I kind of nerded out a little bit. Like, that was the last thing I worked on when I was at NASA, so seeing them go was just insane. Like, how's everybody feeling after the success of Artemis 2?
Well, I'd say I have the best job in the world, and I certainly work with an unbelievable team. I mean, as you know, that mission was a long time in the making, so I got to show up at the right time to see NASA. Everybody put all that effort to put it in action. But what a great mission. Those 4 astronauts, you couldn't have had better ambassadors for humankind to the stars. I mean, they really brought us all along for 10 days, and we're getting ready ready for what comes next. We're going to start stacking Artemis 3. We got a lot of the hardware in the VAB already. We're hoping to even get out to the pad before the end of the year, do another wet dress. So
that's John NASA over there.
We're looking forward to seeing this thing fly, because hopefully at some point in the not too distant future, we're gonna join up in Earth orbit.
Yeah, what's coming up next, and ultimately, like, based on the moon, that's the big focus. Like, what's kind of the why? Like, why are we doing this for everybody?
Oh, well, I mean, and yes, we're certainly trying to get back to the moon, but what's coming up next? We're also building a moon base in parallel. And why are we doing that? Well, it's for a lot of the shirts I see around here, which is Occupy Mars. I mean, what a great opportunity. Go to the moon, return to the moon, build a moon base on the South Pole, interact with the water ice, right? Maybe work on some of those skills we're going to need when we're 4 days away from home, for what we might need someday when we're 9 months away from home. But we got other things coming up too. You got Nancy Grace Roman, that telescope's going to launch later this summer. There's a lot of great, exciting things going on at NASA right now.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, SpaceX, we're custom built to try and make life multiplanetary. We're super honored, excited to be part of this entire Artemis program. Really excited to see Starship, sending people to the moon, all of the different pieces working together. It's going to be a really exciting future.
Oh, absolutely. Well, thanks for having me here. It's great to see everybody. Again, I know a lot of hard work leads up to a moment like this, so we're all rooting for you, and we're looking forward to meeting up next year in Earth orbit.
All right, man.
Yeah, baby.
I'll let you jump back in there. Got about 4 minutes to go. Just toss it back down to Kate and Jake.
And that was Nicki Minaj talking.
Yeah, I think
with
it's
Dan
safe
Hewitt.
to say we could listen to you guys yap about the moon
that was
pretty
Jared
much all day.
Isaacman.
It's so inspiring to hear about.
Okay, so if you don't know who that was, that's Jared Isaacman. He's the guy that runs NASA. He's the NASA administrator. He's the 15th NASA administrator in NASA's lifetime. Here since 1958. He's the 15th guy to run it. That is the guy. He's the head honcho. The only guy that's above him is the guy in the White House. No, I don't care what your opinion is. I'm just telling you for context. Check out this next part. This next part's pretty cool.
In fact, that Dragon capsule that you saw there was Dragon Resilience. That is the same Dragon spacecraft that Administrator Isaacman flew in both Inspiration 4 and
John
Polaris
NASA.
Dawn. So it's a good one. Now, Dan, we're now coming back into a terminal count again. Anticipation is definitely growing as we proceed towards our second attempt. Once again, this is the first flight. We're aiming to fly for the first time, Starship version 3. Massive upgrades across the vehicle that you see at the pad there, as well as the pad itself.
The good news is we've had a pretty quiet countdown today. We are looking at a green range still, not tracking any issues with our weather, with the vehicle, or with the pad for a launch. We are now getting into the phase where we're closing out prop load on the ship, and then booster is going to close out in about 15 seconds or so. Once we're fully done with this, you're looking at 11.5 million plus pounds of liquid propellant on board Starship.
All right, guys, as we get into 2 minutes, I'm going to shut the alerter off here because I'm going to lock in. Okay, so we're 2 minutes 53 seconds out till hopefully the 12th flight of Starship here. Propellants are almost completely full. I'm going to shut the alerter off, and we're going to listen in.
As we do our final steering
Lock
check,
in, boys
that'll
and
happen
girls.
at T-minus 100
Hopefully
seconds,
we're
and
flying.
then after we get through T-minus 40.
Already ran the ads.
If you tuned in yesterday, you're very familiar. If we need to hold, we can go into what's called rapid recycle, essentially, where we can hang out at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built in. We're only going to hold if there's an issue, not currently tracking one. They can pop up after we pass T-minus 40, but right now we're looking good. Hopefully going to move right past that.
And then once we do pass T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in quick succession. That is when the QD vent gate, or quick disconnect vent gate, will clear the gas commodity lines that connect the pad to the vehicles. Both the ship and the booster will configure their comm systems for flight and will rapidly run leak checks on gas and fluid tanks.
This is going to be
and
fun.
the booster goes to internal power, and its engines will get their final
This is all
priming
ice.
for
It's
launch,
condensation,
while the ship's
just the
engines
cold
begin their
propellants.
ascent bleed profile and arms the automatic flight safety system.
Yeah, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds.
Oh.
Looks like we might be getting some engine wiggles here, as Dan mentioned earlier.
Watch right there.
These allow us to check out the thrust vector
thrust
control
TVC
actuators
checkout.
on these engines.
So the middle engines can move
important to make
around.
sure
That's
that
how
they
you
can
steer it.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And the flame diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds and enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. If we have a hold close to T-minus 17 seconds, there's a chance we could recycle.
60
but
seconds.
The closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes. We just heard we're at T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, so at this point in time, we're going to stop talking. We're going to let the rocket take over and listen to some amazing pad sounds of the first flight of Starship version 3.
45 seconds. See if they get past the 40-second hold gate. They're in hold. Holding at 40 seconds. They can sit here for a little while.
We are holding. We were just waiting for the fuel pushbacks to complete into the prop farm. We did hear that that did just complete, so expecting them to reset that hold shortly.
Count resumed. T-minus 37 seconds.
Hold is reset. Clock is rolling.
Here we go. Come on. This is the one. 30
Flight
seconds.
directors go for launch.
Flight director says go. Oh, you guys are in for a treat. Watch this. 15 seconds. Sound suppression water system is on. 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ignition.
Ignition. Let's go! We got a lift off.
Put you downrange.
Oh, that's sick. That is badass.
Pressure nominal.
Good call on all the motors there.
All right, we are T plus 30
Dude,
seconds
that thing
into
moves.
Flight C at 33 out of 33 Raptor 3 engines on
all the engines
booster
are good.
V3, ascending over the Gulf now, coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure.
I think it's quick. Oh my goodness.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, telemetry nominal.
Good call on all power and telemetry systems.
Systems looking good. We're just passing through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
It's awesome.
A little over a minute
Look at that
into
thing.
flight now. Vibrations.
I'm sorry,
chilling
my
out
commentary
here
sucks right now.
at
Did you
Star
see that?
Factory as we
That's pretty
continue to
good.
watch Starship Flight 12 arc out over the Gulf. The next major thing coming up is going
Past
to
max
be
Q.
hot staging.
Booster prop systems nominal.
Reminder, we do what's our version of MECO. Most engines cut off, so we're going to shut down all but
Setting off
5
car alarms, baby.
of the Raptor engines on the booster. And then after that happens, we're going to ignite the 6 engines on ship while it is still attached. We have clamps that hold the 2 together. Those are going to retract inside of that hot stage ring, kind of protect them.
Oh.
We had one of the engines go out, still flying on 32
Yep,
of
one
the
of them.
Raptor
I saw
engines.
one of
But
them
again,
pop.
Once we get the hot staging, those 6 engines on the ship
That
are going
roll
to
is
ignite.
induced, though. It's supposed to roll over.
We're going to do it in a little bit
that's what
different
it's supposed to do.
of a sequence on version 3. Essentially, those 3 RVAC engines will ignite first. Almost immediately after, just one of those central engines is going to ignite.
This vent down right here,
that's going to give the
that's
booster a bit of a
That's what
kick,
it should do.
sending it in a known direction.
All right,
followed
here we
shortly
go.
after by the other 2.
They're going to light the engines. Most engine cut off. They're down to 5 engines. Should get an upper stage ignition.
We're through MECO.
Telemetry says good 6 engines. Yo, let's go! All
There
right.
you go. Successful hot staging separation.
There's 5 engines on that super heavy firing.
We're not seeing as many booster engines ignite as we expected for boost
Oh,
back.
yeah, that thing, dude, super
But we
heavy
are
spinning
seeing
out of
6
control.
good
That's not what it was
engines
supposed to
lit
do.
on ship.
Oh, it shut
Looks
off
like
all
we
the
just
engines.
had an early boost back shutdown.
It shut them off.
Again, a reminder, the booster was planned to essentially head into the Gulf for a splashdown, but it has shut its engines down early on into boost back.
The computer sensed it was going off course. They just shut the engines. Uh-oh. Lost the vacuum
we
Raptor.
just see one of the RVACs. So
Oh, come on.
We're now running on 5 engines on ship.
That's okay. It can compensate for that. One of them popped.
We do have engine out capability, so it's going to continue into its ascent.
Come on, Starship. Stay stable, baby. Hold together.
You got booster on the left there, ship on the right.
Oh yeah, the booster is not happy.
Ship avionics power and telemetry
we are not
nominal.
planning on bringing the booster back for this flight.
Ship
as
seems
this
very
was the
stable.
very first time.
Tile did come off there, right above the catch pin. See it up there?
All right, so we're about 3 minutes, 50 seconds into today's flight. Just a reminder, the ship planned to burn its
I don't think it's a
engines
painted tile, Tom.
for
Look at the
about
top.
8 minutes and change. About 8 minutes and 11 seconds was our planned timeline for today.
So right now the
That
booster
could
has a
shift
pretty gnarly
slightly as
roll
we
rate
do
on it.
have
It's
one
not
engine
supposed to have
out,
that.
running
It's
on
not
one
supposed to
fewer
roll. There's no
RBACs.
thruster to compensate. The engines need to be on to get it to stabilize. So it's just kind of spinning. It's a good trick.
Again, continuing to watch. So booster did not complete its boost back burn. We did not see all of the engines ignite that we expected.
There's
We're
a shot
continuing to get some views from it though.
of Super
That's gonna
Heavy
make a
looking down at the
splashdown
engines.
somewhere in the Gulf. Reminder: we clear air, sea space, everything for these launches.
So yeah, that's called a roll rate. It's just a roll component. So the booster's basically spinning out of control. The engines were supposed to stabilize it, but they didn't get a good feed into those Raptor 3s, so only some of them reignited when it flipped over.
5 minutes.
They might re-chill the engines to try and get it to
Ship continuing
stabilize.
to
We'll
fire
see.
5 of the 6.
You want this thing to go down. That's what you want. As long as the engines are facing into
Standing
the
by for
wind
call-outs,
and
making
it's
sure
flying
ship's
backwards
on its
down,
planned trajectory.
should be okay.
Again,
The
we
roll,
are planning a suborbital
you can fix that
trajectory
with the grid
for the
fins.
ship today.
We did have one engine out on ship 39.
Booster giving us some views as it continues to make its way back down towards the water.
The magic number we're looking for
All right,
over
so
there
a
is
little
just
over 5.5 minutes
about
in flight.
25,000
Jake, you guys with
kph.
me? It looks like booster's starting to come in hot.
Yeah, we had
Dude,
the opportunity to stand outside
look
to
at
watch
the
launch,
air. The
and
air is shaking the
wow,
nozzles around.
That was
Look.
incredible.
Yeah, that was really loud, really shaky, and I was actually surprised how fast the booster got off the pad or the whole stack. That was quite incredible.
Yeah, see, the grid fin stabilized it out, dude. Look at that.
Back down, making its way into the Gulf.
Bro, these views are fantastic.
5 out of 6 ship Raptor engines.
Great news there
Landing
for
startup.
Starship.
Okay. Super Heavy fired its engines. Oh.
Once again, we were not going to bring the Super Heavy booster back to
No.
the tower. We were planning on having
No.
it land in the Gulf.
No. No, that didn't work. They tried.
And it looks like the booster ended its mission there in the Gulf, but we've got a ship still flying. Great to see that. Still have 5 out of 6 engines there on S39.
And that is why they didn't go to catch this thing. That would have ended poorly if they tried to catch that
We do have
with the
engine
pad.
out capability. We do see that we have
That
one of
would've
the
been bad.
RVAC, one of the Raptor vacuum engines that is currently out, but that's okay. Ship is continuing on. Amazing views of planet Earth there in the background.
Yeah, Louisa, I don't think we're ever going to find a discernible
Yeah, I love
piece
the
of that
S39
booster.
decal there. That just gives the ship a little bit of character. And again, all these great views brought to you by Starlink.
So Dan, as Dan, Jake, and Kate were saying, like, okay, so they have 3 vacuum optimized engines. Those are the bigger dots down there on the right. Those vacuum optimized ones are designed to work up there. Now, Starship is designed eventually, not on this flight, to come back down and land. So they have 3 landing engines in the center. Oh, wow, there's an onboard. Leak. There's that's the bum engine over there, but you can see the three inner engines are working. See that? That's the bum engine. They blew a line. It's leaking propellant.
We should have just a little over 20 seconds to go. We'll see if the burn extends a little bit for the engine out. Essentially, you can run
The
your
burn
engines
should be a little bit longer than
throttle
it
up
would
a
be
little
with
bit
6
more
engines.
to account for the one engine not being lit. So right now we are standing by for SECO.
How's it not igniting? Not enough oxygen, dude. You got to have some pressure. If that thing was down in the atmosphere, it probably would have blown
again,
up.
we are continuing to go a little bit longer.
We're going to have a little bit longer burn than indicated here because they're on 5 engines instead of 6. They don't have as much thrust, but they do have the fuel to be able to do it because there's no payload on board. Well, there is payload on board, but it's a lighter payload than what Starship normally should be carrying. We want to get somewhere near 25,000 kph. You're slightly suborbital. Somewhere in there between 25, 26 is really what we're looking for here.
We are coming up on T plus 9 minutes.
So once again, the burn is going to be a little bit longer because one of them popped. It's this engine over here. That engine decided it didn't want to engine anymore. If we go above 27,000 here, that's...
And starting to see shutdown.
That's orbital.
RVACs have shut down.
We have all engines shut down. Thrust vector controls. Going to lock in. They're going to purge out the engines. There's the engine purge out. 26,503 at 147. Guys, that's good. That's good, baby. We're good.
An update.
That's good.
On the ship orbit insertion, but we have shut down again. We did run longer as we were
made
engine
it.
out. We were
One of the engines blew up and it made it.
Pretty much the whole time.
Dang, man.
Ship FTS is saved.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good, dude. Dude, these people should be clapping. They should be going bananas. That's awesome. Yes.
All right,
That's
well, we definitely
sick,
got
dude.
a ship in space right now.
Dude, look at this. This is being beamed to you from space. You gotta be kidding me. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Jerry. Wait, no, that's something else.
As you can
Flaps
see,
are retracting.
the teams are incredibly
in preparation
excited to see Starship there in
for landing
space. We are
eventually.
awaiting the call out of
flap control
nominal
checkup. Look at that.
insertion. So we're going to stand by for that. We can see the flaps moving here, actuating. But wow,
They'll
the
figure it out
cheers
every
here
day.
in the lobby are certainly almost as loud as liftoff was.
Yeah. Man, a lot of action going on.
Is it still leaking though? It depends. Depends on where it's leaking from. Tessa, we'll really know how bad that leak is if they opt to not do the deorbit burn. If they say we're not going to do the Raptor in-flight relight, then yeah, something you probably should want to figure out.
Call out for nominal orbital insertion, but we've got a few minutes before the next milestone, so we're going to continue.
How far downrange do you
We've
think
got
the booster
some amazing
landed?
views here of the ship.
Probably
wow, it's just
20, 10,
that,
maybe
this
10
is our
miles
planet.
out.
This is our
maybe.
home.
What was that orange glow? Something's getting hot. The way heat propagates up there in the vacuum, guys, is very
As a reminder, the
counterintuitive.
objectives for
So you
ship
might see stuff that's glowing that you'd be like, why is that doing that? As long as nothing's blowing up, you should be fine.
Starlink simulator satellites, as well as 2 Dodger Dog satellites. That's what our internal teams refer to
the
as
RCS
our,
is constantly
our newer
firing.
satellites.
That's a good point.
We saw a preview of those earlier. We should see those.
So Cajun, this ship 39 is it's not in orbit. This number is too low. Earth is going to pull it back down. It'll be back down on the ground in about 30 minutes, no matter what happens. SpaceX puts them on these are called suborbital trajectories. So suborbital, it's not in orbit. You have to be going somewhere about 27,500 at this altitude. 27.5 is what you really need to be. So this one is on a suborbital coast right now. We didn't get a call for nominal orbit insertion, which is a little bit concerning, but yeah, this one's coming down in 30 minutes, whether you like it or not. SpaceX does that on purpose because, this is a new ship. They're mass, and they're trying to mass produce it, so they're rolling out iterations as they go. It's like they're basically throwing paint at the wall and seeing what sticks. And this seems to have stuck. It might, you might have a little bit of fish eyeing going on, but this paint did stick to the wall. You know what I mean?
Proceed through that, and we saw a gorgeous liftoff. Jake and I were able to
Kind of
stand
worried
outside
because the ship
and
is in a
witness that
very
with all of
strange
our
attitude
colleagues.
right now.
And
But that might
what
be
a
induced.
moment.
It might
I'll
be
tell
on
you what, it
purpose.
is a heck of a lot louder out here than it was at ADA.
So this thing is going to come down off the west coast of Australia. No, you're not going to see it if you're in Perth or anything like that. It's way out there in the middle of the ocean on purpose. SpaceX purposely brings it down and not necessarily a heavy area with heavy shipping traffic. They do that on purpose, and hopefully we could see a re-entry here. But they are going to try to open up that payload bay and see if they can deploy these satellites.
Well, that's something I know the team's been.
I think so,
analyzed
Anonymous.
that
I
since
think
Flight 1,
this
all the way
attitude
back.
is
So,
on purpose.
It's something that we've thought about quite a bit, and it was kind of cool to see it in action in real life today.
That vent is an RCS.
Absolutely.
But it's also not in a pressurized area.
Yeah.
It's in that vent is coming from the payload
one
bay.
non-Raptor thing I noticed also back on the.
When's it going to land? Orange, give it about 30 minutes. It's going to coast here for a little bit. They're going to try to open up the letterbox payload deployment mechanism and then see if they can deploy some test satellites here. Now, the satellites, along with the ship, are all going to be suborbital. So they're just testing their sat deployment mechanism, right? And then the satellites will all burn up in the atmosphere.
Right here, great. So the fact that we're seeing all these tiles still on the flap right now is really good, because that actually was one of our experiments where we wanted to test different connection methods.
It could be, Jax, yeah.
On the way uphill on ship, so actually ascent. So
it
looks like most, if not all, the tiles are still hanging on there. So that's actually a really good data point.
Looks pretty good to me.
There's the moon.
And once again, this view is from the side of Starship, which is basically the second stage of the Starship vehicle as a whole. This is one of the flaps on the vehicle that helps to control its position and attitude as it is orbiting. And also helps to control during re-entry as well. That's a critical phase.
Is that fuel? It might be, Edgar.
I mentioned
I'm
earlier
not
that
sure.
we're hoping to...
We'll see. Like I said, this is a newer version of the ship. If this was a previous flight, yeah, it might be. I know they do have a leak. It just really depends if they can buckle that leak down. Now, you see these little guys here. Starship does have thrusters on board. They have smaller thrusters to handle what's called ship attitude orientation and potential docking, too. If you see these kind of pillars that are on the top of the ship, those are the docking. That's the drogue system for their docking ports for when they want to bring two starships together to refuel one on orbit. But they're not doing any of that today. This is just testing the whole system here. Now, guys, the other thing is that because this thing had such a light payload, I just remembered this, sorry. What they're doing is they do dump the fuel. They dump the methane on purpose. Because what they're trying to do is put the craft into the fuel amounts that are good for doing the landing burn. You don't want to land this thing on a full tank of gas. It would not fly correctly. It would be too heavy. It would burn up. It has to be light enough to be able to let the thermal protection system do its thing, but it also has to have the right amount of fuel to be able to fire its engines, flip over, and land correctly in the water. It's going to do a splashdown. This is a fuel dump. This right there. That's on purpose. That is absolutely a thing.
Up once we're on the other side of the planet, and hopefully looking at some good daylight when we re-enter into the Indian Ocean.
Yeah. Oh, there they go. Oh, there's the thrusters. Look at them go. Yeah, that's awesome. That is cool. They skipped relight. Yeah. They skipped relight because that Raptor engine sprung a leak. Pretty sure.
All right, so we're a little over 17 minutes into flight. If you're just now
catching
up with
the
us,
dome methane
we did see a liftoff right at the
That's
top
right,
of
Shots.
our window.
Yeah, you got it, man. Right? Well,
Super
you
Heavy
got it.
getting
Yeah,
off
of course
the
you got
pad, initially lighting all 33 of those Raptor engines, got through a successful hot staging. Initially lit 6 engines on
Josh,
the
you
ship.
see
had
that
one
Vector
go
took a
out on
dump and
way
the thing was
uphill,
just like,
but
yeah, whatever.
still able to
Whatever,
make it
dude.
into space.
Whatever.
And right now we're
Did you see
trying to
that,
see
man?
if
That
we
thing
are
was
going
sick.
to get into payload deploy.
There we
still.
go. It looks. Oh, there's the door. There goes the door. So watch this. They
Coming
call
up
this
right
the
on the
Pez
part of the
dispenser.
timeline when
It's
we
just going to
were
start
expecting
sipping
it.
out
You look
satellites. Like they're going to
inside
make
of
it
Starship
rain.
there.
Watch. It's just going to be
I
like
see a
making it
door opening.
rain. Open the payload bay doors, Hal.
Looks like Hal didn't wait. Pez door is
No,
open.
wait, Grok. Open the payload bay doors, Grok.
The payload bay today. 20 of those Starlink mass simulators, and then 2 are Dodger dogs.
BJ. I'm afraid
we like
I
to
can't
call
do
them
that.
internally. Sitting up, they're modified V2 Starlink satellites.
Payload pay. Yeah.
Those are going to be
Grok,
testing
is this true?
a bunch of components that we're planning to fly on.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Starlink V3, and we've also
All right,
got
watch.
them
You'll see a
with
sat
a
zip
number
out
of
of here.
cameras for another tech demo that we're trying out on this flight. We definitely
To
are looking
real
for a
world.
way that we can look at Starship's heat shield while it's still in space. You can kind of only see so much from the cameras and the flaps. You can't see everything kind of on the underbelly, and one of the only ways you can do that is
the
if
first
you got
time with
something
Raptor
else
3s,
flying
man.
near
Give 'em a
it.
break.
So we're going to attempt to our final 2 satellites going out the door have a suite of cameras on them that are going to be looking
Nice,
back
Electron.
at
That's
the ship.
awesome.
We're going to be in nighttime, and so we've got. Oh, sounds like we're getting into payload deploy.
So
We'll be at
watch.
nighttime. They've got some powerful.
Watch the chains right here.
Flashlights
When that thing
on
starts
them
moving,
to
it'll start
try
deploying.
and illuminate the ship's heat
Come on,
shield
baby.
while we fly away from it. So
Here it goes.
we see
First
some
satellite's
Pez motion.
loaded. There we go. It's going to lift the other satellites away. And watch the chain. Ready? Bye-bye. That's sick. That's awesome.
Pew, pew.
Bye-bye. Pew pew indeed, Dan.
2 down, 20 to go. As a reminder, that's one of the things that we upgraded in version 3. Kind of gave a little soup up.
I'm
to
not
the
sure which
Pez
one's a dummy
dispenser,
and which
so
one's live.
Those satellites going to move out a little bit.
Guys, if I'm looking at this right, it looks like the ones up there are the Dodger dogs. See it up there? I think these are all dummy satellites. This just looks like a bunch of, it looks like the satellite frame. It's just, there's no wires or anything on them. I think they're the last 2 satellites up there at the top. See that one up there? If you look at the very top of the screen, I'm trying to look up like I can do that. Sorry, it's immersive, all right? This one has like wires and thermal insulation on it up there. That's the guy with the cameras on it. They said the last 2.
Flexing my.
I had it muted for that part, dude.
Again, the majority
No,
of
it's
the
definitely
stack,
the last
20 of
2.
these 22 satellites, they're essentially just mass simulators, so they're roughly the same size.
2 of them are
as the
live,
Starlink
Ryan.
V3 sats.
2 of them
that
are
we're hoping
they're
to
not
fly
real. They're
later
tech
this year.
demonstrators. Yeah, see,
and
there
from
they are.
this top-down view, so you're looking down.
That's
at
inside of the
stack,
payload bay.
Those 2 satellites you see on the very top, that they'll look very different. They've got solar arrays. They've got a bunch of other deployables on them that we're going to be
look at
testing
that
out
thing.
that are going to be
Oh my
V3 tech,
goodness.
and they've got 3 engineering cameras and then 1 other camera that's going to be giving us some views.
Something
of
shorted over there.
Starship
Did you see the
in
sparks?
Space.
This
But
Starship.
we will see how that works.
This Starship is carrying a fault isolation revised avionics system. So it should be short resistant. But yeah, that was definitely a spark that came from behind the camera.
All right, 2 more out the door.
2 more out the door, and I think that counts, or that comes up to 8 total.
As you can tell, the teams are stoked to see this demonstration happening.
He's dancing to the music.
It's pretty incredible to see this happening live from space. Now, as we noted earlier in the show, but worth repeating, this Starship, version 3, is built to deploy up to 60 of Starlink's more advanced V3 satellites. Everything's V3. Designed to offer 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity per satellite. Now that is 20 times more than each Falcon 9 does today. Incredible.
You can just barely see the
I
sats
think that's
creep
number
out.
10 going out the door.
Over here, watch. And it goes, see? See, there it goes. Bye-bye.
Yeah, there it goes. So yeah, the camera view you have on your left screen there is basically right at the bottom of the payload volume. So the kind of dome-shaped structure you see there that's actually the top of the fuel tank.
That's the methane tank right here. That's what Jake's
Then
talking
the camera
about.
view that you have on the right is an external camera that we have positioned so that you can see basically the light through the open Pez dispenser door that you see. That's that sliver of light. We can see the Starlinks here deploying as each one comes through.
So the satellites are kind of stacked in 2 rows. When they deploy them, it shoots one out, right? And it backs up and shoots the other one out.
As we mentioned, we have 20 of these Starlink simulator satellites, and then we have 2 of these specially modified, as we call them,
How big are these satellites in meters?
Around here.
I'd say from left to right, that's probably about 7 meters. Yeah, it's probably about 7 by 3 meters. Just one of them, and there's 2 of them in each deployment.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. See?
Seeing this, as I think Dan called them turbocharged or supercharged Pez dispenser, it's definitely coming out much faster than our previous flights. So that is really good to see.
I saw it.
Yeah, look at that. And especially once we, fill Starship up all the way with around 60 or so of these Starlinks, being able to deploy them fairly expediently, is going to be important for designing the overall mission
Terminator,
profile.
it looks like it's just ice. It's ice and dust
Now,
and
fans
stuff.
of Starship
I could have sworn that was a spark, but it may not have been. It may have been ice.
Unprecedented views, both from space, as we see here, and on Earth. In
Protected
addition
for sure,
to the
dude.
dozens of cameras on Starship itself, we also have mobile
Now, the last
Starlink
ones are the
camera
ones
kits
you want to see.
deployed
Those have
in the
cameras on
Indian
them.
Ocean.
Yeah, Starlink also connects
Shots,
our
I'm ready,
aerial
dude.
cinematography units on the ground at Starbase and
They'll
at other
deorbit with the ship,
strategic
Tara.
camera spots around Texas.
It's all part of how it all comes together to tell the incredible story of Starship both on and off planet.
Yep.
I think they're mosquitoes. Well, you know what, Snake?
All right,
Snaker, they
we're
can stay up in the
getting
vacuum
low
as long
on
as
the
they're far
stack.
away
It
from
looks
me.
like
I'm
we
good.
got 2 more of those simulators to
You
go
know?
out,
Like, oh.
and then it will be time
Hello?
for our Dodger Dogs, those modified Starlink satellites. Just a couple of updates while we continue to watch payload deploy. Did get confirmation we're going to be skipping
No, we're good.
that relight of the Raptor engine, just due to everything that we saw on the way uphill. Those sea level engines, we're going to use them for a landing burn, though. They are still capable to be used for
There's
that.
eyes up, but I don't know
we'll
if
still
we've
look
seen
to
them
do a
on
controlled
camera.
landing in the Gulf, but
Yeah.
no in-space relight.
Skipped the relight because one of their engines blew up.
All right, I think that's 19 and 20 headed out the door.
Just saying. One of the engines exploded. The front did not fall off. It is in fact still in the environment.
Coming up
Dennis.
our Dodger Dogs. So these
All
are
right, here's the one
modified
here's the
V2
ones.
Starlink satellites.
Come on, baby.
We do have a number of cameras on these that are going to attempt to look
Oh, wait, we
back
got-
at Starship.
Looks like we might go.
We're not going to get this video in real time, but we're going to try and turn it around if we do get some video down.
Dan!
So don't worry. If we get views of Starship from these satellites,
I'm
we
worrying,
will be
man.
sharing.
Oh, well, that's good. You had to wait until we
These
wait till
will
we
be
got
exciting because, again, they're really a tech demo, getting our chance to test out some of the technologies for version 3. All right, I think that's 18 and 20. My basic math skills are failing now. All right,
it's
here we
okay.
go.
The hype is real, Dan. All right, so these are tests of the real operational satellites. Every other one of these has just been an empty chassis. This is the one that actually has the stuff on it. They have thrusters on them, Yarg. They have Krypton thrusters. They're satellites. They're hot rodded V2
Standing by
minis.
for Starship, basically to serve the first Dodger dogs to
All right, so
low
these
Earth
real
orbit.
satellite deployments. Boom, baby.
And one out the door.
Probably be better to rotate Starship, Yard, but
In this view, you can kind of see on the right side of the satellite, you see some bright white spots. Those are our flashlights. Beneath them, the camera is going to attempt to look back and image Starship's heat shield as it flies slowly away from the vehicle. And there it goes.
Lights on, baby.
Let there be light.
And there was
Yeah,
light.
it almost looks like the light is just shining right at us.
And the
there.
stream saw the light.
If you couldn't
Payload
tell,
bay door closed.
Pretty excited.
Yeah.
It is always sunny in space.
Always sunny in space, and that looks like an empty payload bay. So
Sure does.
That's exactly what you want to
Close the
see
pod
there.
bay
That's
doors,
great.
Hal.
So yeah, with payload deploy complete. Oh, you can see the door closing there. All right, there we go.
Sick.
So yeah, with payload
That was
deploy
sick,
complete,
dude.
Starship will now close its.
All right.
Yeah, Starship, we closed the payload door, and we're going to continue to coast around Earth all the way to the Indian Ocean. So still a lot of major events to come today. Sounds like we're not going to hit that Raptor relight based on what Dan was saying, but after that, of course, we'll have the atmospheric reentry and splashdown. And with that, we're going to go on another quick coast.
So sit tight, enjoy some amazing space views and the space jams, of course. And we'll be back in a few minutes for Raptor relight. Excuse me, not for the relight, but we'll be standing by for atmospheric reentry.
Kate, I'm sitting down, though. That's the problem. I can't stand by. Dude, they're testing the flap actuators. Look at that. Oh, yeah. How cool was that, man? Now, Dan said they ain't going to give us live views, but they will get footage if they can get it. Dude, there's the lights from the satellites. Look at that. They put a flashlight on it, so it's illuminating the vehicle. Dude, you gotta be... Is this happening? Is this real? Is this real life? No way, living. The gateway to Mars sign got messed up. I told you this thing would be violent off the pad, man. That was violent. Did you see that launch? Dude, this thing is no joke, man. Look at the altitude. It's hot dogging to get a peek. Okay. What's the liftoff TWR? 1.4. Attitude. Yeah, it's rolling. I see it over there. I see it. Shot, probably talking about like a 0.5 degrees a second roll right. Because it was 180 degrees rolled left relative to its current position when during SAT deployment. So the light should be shining from over here. They're rolling Starship. So they deployed the satellites, guys. The satellites were going away, and then they flipped the ship backwards so the satellite can turn back and look at the bottom of the vehicle. That's what people are telling me, Phil. I'll have to take a look. Gotta look at the heat shield somehow. I mean, Shach, all I'm saying is a robotic arm could do that. I'm just floating the idea, just in case someone goes, you know what, that's a good idea. I'm just floating the idea. Just floating it. Don't get mad. This way works too, though. This way is pretty good. The satellites will go on a re-entry trajectory. They'll burn up. But for now, they'll get that picture. See the light? So they, like I said, they deployed the satellite, and the satellite's up here looking back, and then they flipped the ship over, and now the satellite's looking at the belly of the ship. It's looking at the tiles. Yeah, maybe, Matt. This might be a good idea. Could they deploy a mirror and look at the reflection? Yeah, maybe. I think this way is cooler, though. How long does it take for re-entry? Ship will be back on the ground in probably about 15-20 minutes. We're not at entry interface. Entry interface will happen in a little bit. Keep an eye on that altitude. When that gets down like 120, 110, that's when we'll start the re-entry. They're still a little ways up. They're still out over the Atlantic right now. It's going to coast, and then re-entry should happen over here on the other side of Madagascar. That's where entry point should be, right there. And yeah, we got a little bit of time. But she's coming back down whether they like it or not. The ship is on a suborbital trajectory. The Earth's going to pull her back in. Yeah, it was a high loft. They went up 180. Saw that. Yeah, Baron. Violent. So Zach's got a picture of the Gateway to Mars sign. Oh my goodness. Dude, that's what I mean. That's what I mean about that thing. Freaking violent. The sound did that, guys. Not the heat, not the fire coming out of the engines. The sound did that. The sound. The shock waves from this thing are so violent, it's like a thermobaric weapon going off. The sound blew the freaking sign away. Gateway to... That is wild, dude. What about the NSF trailer? Let me see what they're saying. How's Danger trailer doing? I'm looking. I haven't seen anybody say anything, but there might be in voice talking about it. Hey, I think those might be some of the dumb links. Huh. Actually, those might be the Dodger dogs. See them right there? Looks like Starship punched a hole in the top of the payload bay. You put it in Discord. Okay. Let me see. That might be a vent. That might be on purpose, but I don't know for sure. It also could very much be a hole in it. Right, ZT? Yeah, I know, right? Are those islands down there? I'm not sure. It's over land right now. There's the footage! There's the footage! There's the footage! Oh! Bro! That is sick, dude! Holy sh... Oh, I'm trying so hard not to swear. That's awesome! Look, you can see the RCS firing! Dude, that is sick!
All right.
That is so damn cool!
Surprise. Looks like our cameras did work.
Dan.
Both of those satellites.
You very slippery one,
Roll
Mr.
that back
Dan.
Again, this is a view from one of those satellites as we deployed. It looks like this was from the last one out. Flashlight turning on, taking a look at Starship in space.
That
the way
is
this system is
so
set up
cool.
is the satellites are essentially recording it, then making contact with our Starlink constellation, and then transferring that video back down to us on the ground.
Show us the thermal protection system, Dan.
That's a Starship in space.
Dan, show us the thermal protection system.
So aside from just
Don't
being
make me
really
get the
cool,
noisy cricket
this was
out, Dan.
our test to try and develop a free flyer that we could fire outside of Starship's payload bay, look back at it, and then do essentially a pirouette with Starship to get a look at the heat shield, where it's going to be really important when we start bringing these things back for a catch, which we are hopefully doing in the not too distant future, as they
some
are
frost
intended
from
to
the
be
fuel tank.
fully
See, Bola?
reusable.
That was that ice on the left side.
But this will give us an opportunity to look at the heat shield while Starship is still in space.
Show us that,
So
Dan.
there was a glimpse. We'll see if we get any more video down from those satellites, but I mean, that's one we've been chasing for a while, so really cool to see it come to fruition here on Flight 12. All right, coming up on
we'll
40
see.
minutes,
We'll see if it
40
is, Mutter.
minutes into the flight, and we should start hitting the reentry period.
So guys, if you're wondering what all this clouds are, Starship is flying through a cloud of its own vented fuel. It vented fuel at cutoff, right? It vented the fuel to get the right fuel load for landing, right? You could see some land down there, but because it vented out either sides, the fuel just kind of stayed there. It's just kind of in a cloud of its own fuel. It'll burn away when you get through reentry. But oh, look, you can see some of that's part of South Africa, not like the country itself, but that's the southern portion of Africa. Right there, it's hard to make out because once again, it's flying through its own cloud of fuel right now. Because even if they vent out the sides, so it just kind of stays there, and it just goes with it as it flies.
Banking turn before we get to a landing burn. So all that coming up in a few
Violent
minutes.
lava
The light
is what
show
comes to
should
mind.
start beginning real soon.
So you want to see liftoff again real quick? Here, watch this. So this is a replay from about 40 minutes ago.
5.
Watch this.
4, 3.
I saw it, Altimeter. Yeah.
Ignition. We have liftoff.
Dude.
Pitching downrange.
So you see these waves right there, guys? That is a sound wave that is so it's such a pressure differential. It's actually vaporizing the humidity in the atmosphere. That's what you're seeing. That's what these condensation. That's what you can see the shock waves. It is so loud you can see the damn sound. It is condensing the water vapor in the atmosphere. That's pretty loud.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
Oh my word.
All right, we are
How crazy is that, dude? Can I see that one more time? Just real quick, then we go back up to live. That's what that is, guys. The sound is so loud, it's condensing water vapor in the atmosphere. Look, dude, look at that! Oh! That's sick! I love it!
Put you down range.
X! No! Thank you. Alright, we're gonna get back up to re-entry here. Crazy, right? We'll go through more replays after splashdown, dudes. I want to see this thing come down. Dude, that thing is righteously loud. Holy crap. That is the most powerful rocket humans have ever made, period, full stop. It has more than double the thrust of the Saturn V. This thing is an absolute animal of a launch vehicle. It's an absolute unit of a launch vehicle. Yeah, Mafuber, of course I do. I'll put the Discord link in chat. You want to go join up on Discord shenanigans over there. You can hear the sound wave hitting the glass windows, right? Run ads again before re-entry? Yeah. Guys, I'm going to do another ad run on Twitch so nobody gets ads during re-entry, okay? I hate running ads. I really hate them. I think they're intrusive, they're coarse, they're rough, and they get everywhere. But I wouldn't want you guys to see like an ad in the middle of the entry footage here. So I'm going to run them. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, Anakin. The ads are like animals. So I want to get rid of them. I want to block them like animals. I hate them. What? Captain Dicky, $5 super chat over in Twitch. Had to come here and watch a fellow nerd lose his mind when they showed the sat vid. Was not disappointed. It was freaking cool, man. It's pretty good. The altitude isn't changing. What is that light? The altitude is slowly going down. See? It's going to start going down a lot faster, and the speed is going to start going up. What's the light? That's sunlight. It's, they're going over the Terminator line. It's morning out in the Indian Ocean. They're not all powerful. Well, the ads should be made to run when I say them. When I say. Sometimes the ads don't cooperate. Well, they should be made to. Why are these tiles on the leeward side of the flaps? They're testing something, Ivan. What it is, I don't know. Yes, sir, we still haven't slept yet. My man. Like that John Hamm meme where he's in a nightclub. You know what I'm talking about? So the band is Test Shot Starfish, if you want to know who does the soundtracks for Spacex streams. Test Shot Starfish. Yeah, I know their social media manager. He's an acquaintance, let's say. But yeah. Good stuff. Test Shot Starfish. Go look them up. They're awesome. Yeah, Boo, they're testing something. I'm not sure what it is, though. I know, radio. Crazy. Up, here we go. We're coming up on entry interface. You're seeing some interaction up there on the back. So this is the front of Starship looking backwards. So that is the port aft grid fin, flap. This camera is on the port bow grid fin. Bring it on home. That's right. This is a shot looking at the starboard bow flap. I don't know why they haven't gone live again yet. This looks like we're at entry interface here. So what's going to happen here, guys, is Starship is going to start running into the upper parts of the atmosphere. And when it does, air is going to start getting compressed up on the aero control surfaces and on the bottom of Starship. And when that air gets compressed, Starship is going so fast that it runs into the air and it compresses up against the thermal protection system. It actually rips the air molecules apart. It is going so fast, it rips air to shreds. And what happens when that happens is that the air ionizes and it turns to plasma. So you get this really beautiful plasma flow coming off of the control surfaces.
Welcome back to Starship Flight 12, the first test flight of Starship version 3. As Dan mentioned earlier, we were able to make contact with...
So I don't mean to talk over Kate again, but what we're really looking for, what we want to see is this. You want to see nice, smooth, undisrupted plasma flow. It should look like water, right? That's what you... It's not water, it's plasma, it's hot. But you really want it to look nice and smooth. You don't want to see any sparks. If you see something that looks like fireworks going off, that means something is burning off. And that's not what you want with a reusable heat shield.
Yeah, that's right. And re-entry is a critical phase of flight.
It looks like the Starlinks are burning up over there.
On how the ship's systems
Those are the Starlinks burning up. Look at them.
Re-entry is an extremely demanding portion of flight where we essentially have to scrub all of the energy we use to launch the rocket back off in reverse. So the 18 million pounds of thrust that we had off 33 of those Raptor engines.
Just a little.
Just a little. We're now, and then another, several minute burn on the ship. We're now basically undoing all that energy here via aerodynamic braking, essentially. And of course, Starlink is a big part of it, as that's what allows us to actually gather this data and show these live views.
So that perturbation that's happening there is the thrusters firing. The thrusters are interacting with the plasma. That's what creates that turbulence.
One more path to collect that data that ultimately allows us to rapidly iterate Starship's design.
Now, if ship manages to make it all the way through re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at these hypersonic speeds.
I'm pretty sure.
Which is basically more than 5 times the speed of sound.
That's a vent line down there. I'm not sure what that one's doing.
We do anticipate that it might be a little bit of a spicy re-entry, so we'll see how far we get. Re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, roughly 8 kilometers per second, or for those of us that think in other units, roughly 5 miles per second. At those speeds, the spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere, and it creates that plasma field that we saw forming around the
They're testing something orbital mechanic on the leeward side
although
of the
plasma
flaps.
looks really cool, it does distort some communication frequencies.
Yep.
So it's not uncommon to...
Those are the Starlink satellites re-entering over here. See all that? They already burned up and re-entry shattered them into pieces.
Of course, thinking long-term,
those are all the Starlink. Those are the dumb links and those 2 Starlink satellites. The Dodger dogs are getting a little crispy.
We're going with the propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. Propulsive landing, not only, again, is it more cool, but it enables a more rapidly reusable
That's what it is, Taryn,
rocket.
yeah. The thrusters were interacting with the plasma flow.
Hear some
it creates
call-outs
it
as
looks
the
like
ship
waves.
makes its way back to Earth. When we hear entry max heating and entry max Q, that means the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic loads that it will experience as it returns. So if we make it through those, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah. And you can see in the bottom left right now, we're at 23.5.
Whoa. She's flying, baby.
Speed.
That's positive altitude increase.
Crazy number to think about. But as we keep progressing in the mission, we are going to hear a call out when the ship is transonic and then subsonic. So transonic refers to the period of flight where the velocities of airflow surrounding and flowing past the vehicle
that number is going to start going down.
Below,
it's going to start going down real quick.
And above the speed of sound, kind of in that Mach 0.8 to 1.2
yes,
range.
Because it's not a nominal
And for
orbit,
reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but mostly fly around Mach 0.74 to Mach 0.85.
Uh-oh, some ablation.
And
a
after
little
we hear
bit is
the call out
okay.
that Starship
You don't
is
want a lot,
transonic,
though.
We
You see
should
the
hear the
sparks?
call out when Starship is subsonic. This refers to speeds that are much less than the speed of sound.
I don't
so
know,
at this point in the
Hellfish. I'd
flight,
have to look.
ship's velocity will be slowing down.
Yeah, there you go. Why the heck not? Let's do it.
We definitely have
There
a
we go.
crowd still here in the lobby of SpaceX.
So peak heating is going to occur sometime in the upper parts of the upper parts of the atmosphere. We should be getting up to peak heating very soon. But peak heating doesn't necessarily mean max dynamic pressure on the vehicle. Peak heating happens up at in the upper atmosphere where there's not as much place to shed the heat because you're at lower pressure.
With the ones that see and billions of colors, this is the closest I feel to being one of those.
Yep. I think one other thing that's cool to point out right now is
some ablation from the flap right
in the
there.
bottom right, you can see where we are on a globe there. We're squarely in the Indian Ocean already, and we've only been flying for 53 minutes.
Yeah.
So pretty crazy. We went all the way from Texas to the Indian Ocean in less than an hour.
Yeah, she flies pretty fast.
She
that
flies
is for
very
sure.
fast.
She does. Chad, she looks like a steakhouse, but she handles like a bistro. Checkmate.
All right, so the light show continuing. We are through the period of peak heating, and we'll be looking at the peak pressure
popped in
coming
there.
up in the next couple of minutes. The next 10 minutes are probably going to be the spiciest of entry today. As a reminder, we are going to be doing some stress work on the ship, where we're going to do a maneuver where we kind of kick the nose up to fully deploy those aft flaps to really get a good
Johnny, what's up,
test
dude?
of the structural strength of that part of the ship. We did that on one previous flight test on version 2. We're going to try and do that today. Since we did skip the in-space burn, we're carrying a little bit of extra propellant
Something's getting a
in
little spicy
our
back there.
header tanks up in the nose. And so that's going to put a little bit of extra stress on those forward flaps as we come in. So we will see if they're able to hold through that reentry. So that will be another watch item. We did skip that in-space burn, but we are expecting at least 2 of those sea-level engines to try and ignite for a landing burn. We
Fingers crossed
entered
it doesn't
the
blow
entry
up.
period in a good attitude.
When it tries to do that.
So hopefully making our way
Every
to
time.
the targeted splashdown point.
I gotta
We
go
got that
home
Starship
now.
recovery team standing by. And we should be about 10 minutes away
little bit of ablation down
from
there.
splashdown. So a lot of excitement over the next couple of minutes. Kate and Jake, let's see how Starship holds up on the way in.
Yeah, and we just heard on the nets there that engine chill has started. So essentially what that means is we are prepping the landing
what this
engines
is.
by getting them down to temperature ahead of that landing burn.
They're pumping the propellants, liquid oxygen and liquid methane, into the engines, and the engines have to vent those propellants because you don't want gas to pressurize in the engine. Not at least not now. So that's what this is. That's what this plume is coming off the back of the ship. They're bleeding fuel into the engines to get them down to temp, get them down to operating temperature to fly, to relight.
Basically a hole get punched into the liquid
Yeah.
oxygen tank.
Yeah, she's
that
losing
you could
pieces
see
out the
when
back.
we did
I
the
saw
landing
it.
burn into the ocean, and this ship was still able to make it. But right now we're really going to be testing the structural strength of these flaps on the way in.
They're going to like rock the
This is a
ship
flight
during
test. We're
reentry.
trying to
That's what Dan
intentionally
is
find
saying.
where our limits are. And
That's
in
what
this
Dan
view,
is
you're
saying. They're
looking
going to
at
rock
a
the ship
whole
on
bunch of
purpose
tiles.
during
Jake
reentry to
talked
try
about
and
it
stress
earlier.
the entire
Bonded
design.
some
You ideally
additional
want to see if you
tiles
can find cracks in the tiles.
The leeward or kind of the metal side of
definitely
Starship
getting some
to see
heating going
how
on here.
Those
See it?
different bonding techniques would hold up.
Definitely heating
Looking
on the
like
front of
we've
the
got
catch
quite a bit
point.
still attached.
That tile is starting to ablate. You see it has a kind of
and
a white
as we're
line right there.
Going down through the atmosphere here.
At least the
about
gap filler
Mach
is ablating a little bit. Oh, get an ablation on the front.
16.1.
Once again,
So
what you ideally want to see is just nice clean plasma flow like this. You don't want sparks. This is a test flight, and I'm pretty sure it'll make it through, but you don't want that. That means stuff is burning off. You don't want your reusable heat shield burning off, because then you can't reuse it. It might get you through once, but you want to be able to reuse the thing, so you want to see a minimal amount of ablation. Ablation is when it gets so... Oh, what was that?
All right, we're about 8 minutes away from our targeted landing and splashdown time. Again, this is when the ship's going to
Something's
start
a little unhappy back there.
really
Ship
getting
is
put
approaching
through
the
ringer.
end of the peak heating region.
Okay.
Just heard the call out, getting to the end of the peak heating, so the
the
highest temperature the
Hold
Starship's
together.
going to see during its re-entry.
Shell hold together. You hear me, baby? Hold together. Give me the hydro spanners.
This camera angle.
Oop,
changes
dope. That
as
tile
it
came
is
off. Did you see it
attached
fly
to
away?
The forward flap.
It can
on
lose a couple.
Starship,
We know that. That's not
we're
ideal,
actually
but it can do it.
experiencing the articulation of that hardware, helping to steer the ship down for its precise landing in the Indian Ocean.
If you start seeing flames in the
Yep, that is
armpit
just a
of the
really
flap right there, we
cool,
got big
kind
problems.
of cool piece of perspective there. I know some people say it makes them a little seasick, but I definitely love it. It makes it feel like you're really riding along with the ship on the way down.
Seeing some flow right there. That might just be the camera. I can't tell.
Yeah, and aside from just looking cool,
Look at the tiles
all these
now,
camera
dudes.
views
See,
providing
they're starting to
just
ablate.
really
See the
critical
holes? See the
data
little white
on
dots on the tiles? They're
how the
starting.
heat shield, how the
That's
flaps
what those sparks
themselves
are. The
holding
little
up.
pieces of the
That's why
tile
we've got
getting
these
burned
in
off.
the flaps and then all scattered
See?
all around the
See
ship,
all the
so
dots?
you can see how they hold up.
Starting to
There's
ablate.
some internal to the vehicle too that, and we're getting all of this video back
Right,
via
Bob?
Starlink, even as we're just
Oh.
enshrouded in plasma. We're able to kind of operate at a high enough frequency to punch through, and that
It was mechanically
is
liberated. That's right.
blue ocean and sunlight you're seeing just beyond the flap. So
Oh, there we
are
go.
coming down into daylight, hopefully splashing down in the next 6 minutes or so in the Indian Ocean.
This is pretty good.
We've still got a couple minutes.
This is not a lot of ablation comparatively to previous Starship flights. This is actually good. See, but you can see a little bit coming through the armpit of that there. That's geez, there goes another tile.
As Dan mentioned, we were expecting this reentry to be super spicy, but excellent.
They're doing it
news
on
that we're
purpose.
now
They're
past
stressing
that
the
period
system.
of peak heating.
But see the dots
and
on the
that
tiles?
now
You
the
can see
external
that they've
temperatures are
ablated.
starting
Oh,
to
that's so
decrease.
cool, dude. These cameras, though.
Those heat shield tiles there on the belly of the ship really doing a
There goes
ton
another one.
of work to burn off all of that inertia that
see the
vehicle
clouds out over the
had,
Indian Ocean.
prior to re-entering the atmosphere.
1 hour into flight.
Yeah, and you can tell by the G meter
1.7
down on
G.
the bottom
Yep.
right that we're starting to pick up a couple more G's here, so we're definitely entering.
So they're
the
through
thicker
peak
part
heating,
of the
but
atmosphere.
the
where
thicker
we're
parts of the
scrubbing
atmosphere are
off
going to
all
put a
that
lot of
energy
pressure
like
on the
kicks in.
system. They're going to put a lot of load, aerodynamic load, so that you get a buildup in pressure. It's called dynamic pressure. That's really going to stress the system
just
out.
about 5 minutes or so to go. We're coming up shortly on the maneuver where we're going to, it's affectionately called the flap slap, where we're going to
They're
kind
gonna
of
rock
pitch
the
the
whole
nose
ship
up
like
on the
this.
ship, and you're going to see those aft flaps, the ones in the very bottom, fully deploy.
Okay. What a
Ship is
view.
at peak dynamic pressure.
There's max Q, descent maximum dynamic pressure.
And we're now at
Look,
peak
look at
pressure.
look at the tiles ablating right here. Look at, or actually,
Ship flap load test has started.
there we go. Oh, come on. Stay together. Don't break. Ooh. That's pretty intense, dude.
Looks like it's holding.
Look at all the
Again,
scoring
the
on the
intent
tiles,
of that
man.
was to put just a lot of extra stress on those aft flaps. We are expecting the forward ones too to see a little bit of extra stress as we've got a little more propellant in our header tank, so the area right at the very nose of
Ship
Starship.
flap load
that kind
test
of-
is complete.
And we're through that test.
She stayed in one piece.
There we go.
All right.
And we just
Next
did
step
that
is
test
just
at
fly it in for
Mach 7,
landing.
Just for reference.
They're gonna
So we
splash
are
down out in the
still
ocean.
Going incredibly fast.
What a
All right,
view.
we are just about 3.5 minutes or so away from our
Overspeed.
targeted landing
Overspeed.
burn. Again,
Pull
we're
up.
expecting
Pull
to try and see 2 of these Raptor engines
No, we
light
wanna
for
go
the
down.
landing
Go
burn.
down.
Normally
Go down.
we plan for
Land.
3,
Amaze.
but we're going to give it a
Amaze.
try
Amaze.
with 2.
Statement.
Hopefully we've got
Ship is starting the RTLS banking maneuver.
Return to launch site bank, so Starship's they're gonna try to fly her.
And that right there, so we're starting a banking maneuver, and essentially what that is when we come back to Starbase, or when we plan to come back to Starbase, the trajectory is designed so we'll essentially swing out over the
Take a
Gulf
chance, yes,
and
but I'm
do
not saying that.
a
Minimums.
swoop maneuver to then come back to the towers for catch. And so we are doing that exact same maneuver as we head towards our targeted splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, and that call out
This is
there
a
that
splashdown,
we
King
heard,
Crab.
RTLS stands for Return to Launch Site. So
Yeah.
definitely a
Guys, look at
pretty
the tiles
cool thing
up
we're
here.
demoing here on the ship. You know, as in the future, we
Look
are
at the
going to be
scoring
trying to
on the tiles.
bring the ship
That's
back to the launch
crazy.
site, which is
Yeah.
going to be absolutely insane.
The face of the tile
But
got
of course, we want to
completely
test
scorched
out
right here.
these maneuvers, these principles prior to actually bringing the hardware.
Yeah,
back to
dude,
the
look at her
pad.
turn,
This is
look
the
at
same
that.
reason why we were, intentionally not trying to bring the booster back to
Actually,
the
I
pad.
think those are the.
So
You're
we're
right.
trying
Those
all
are the
these things
blankets. The
out
tiles
in
are
this
fine.
developmental phase
Yeah, good
of
call,
the vehicle.
guys. I'm wrong. You're right.
And really proving
But
what
look
a
at
test
it
flight
turn.
is.
Absolutely.
Dynamic pressure is coming down.
All right, we heard
Nice.
there dynamic pressure coming down, and I'd say we're in a pretty
Yeah, those
good
are
bank
thermal
right now.
blankets. I misspoke.
Yeah, executing
And they did
the
ablate
power slide.
just a little bit.
We're about 90
Tiles,
seconds
though,
away from our
seem okay.
anticipated landing burn. Clouds
Come on,
coming
baby.
up, pretty sunrise on the other side of the planet.
Starship is subsonic and is on target.
The crowd here reacting to
Okay, so she's
that
gonna level
call-out,
off,
letting
and then they're
us
gonna
know
flip,
that
fire
we
the
are
engines,
on
and
target
land.
for this precise landing in the Indian Ocean. This will once again be a soft splashdown. We should get some pretty cool views from the recovery team who we chatted with earlier. They are standing by to receive this ship. Once
it
again,
has
this is
cross-range
the first
capability,
flight
guys. We
of
know
our
that.
completely redesigned Starship version 3.
Yeah, and if you remember the
see how this
suborbital
landing
flights
goes,
from a few
Dean.
years ago, this is very much the same regime that we're in here. So we're sub 15 kilometers, executing what we call the belly flip maneuver.
Okay, so this Starship it's not flying like
Yes.
forward. She's
Serial
going
number
straight
8,
down
the first
right now.
belly flop. I remember it well.
I remember it well. I watched a SpaceX stream once. I was crazy once, but sorry.
Just some really amazing views of the Earth as the ship is coming back home.
Methane tank vent is open.
Thanks, Starlink.
I used to be an astronaut like you, Bob, but then I
Yeah,
took
you
a
can
Starship
see
to
the
moon.
aft flap there making minor corrections.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Okay, here
Look
we
at
go.
that turn.
There we go. Minor corrections and a full turn.
This would be the turn that would go up over the to get aligned with the tower.
Yeah, Starship doesn't fly like an airplane. It's a lot more like a skydiver. Full belly flop on
Okay,
the way
stand by
down,
for
using
engine
those
ignition.
flaps similar to arms to help change the path of the air over you. Coming up real soon. Again, going for a landing burn, trying to light 2 of these Raptor sea level engines.
Landing burn startup.
Landing burn startup.
Dude.
2 engines.
Dude.
lit.
Dude. We got 2 engines on.
Buoy cam
Starship is
catching
landed.
it.
Good shut time.
There it goes. Stay together. Don't blow up. I said don't blow up. Damn. But she's all right. Oh, jeez. She's all right. The header tanks did not like getting slapped into the ground or into the water. But that was still pretty good. That was still pretty good. That was still pretty good, man.
Exactly what we wanted to see for the ship today. As weird as it may sound to hear, but it is the truth.
Absolutely wild. At the beginning of the show, we guaranteed excitement at the beginning of the show, and I'd say Starship delivered.
Absolutely. An incredible incredible day for Starship. That was the first flight of that completely redesigned vehicle. As you can tell, the teams are incredibly proud of what we just saw.
Yeah, V3 definitely showed up. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've pretty happy crowd in the control room behind me, I will say. It's probably the most excited I've seen a lot of people in a really long time.
Awesome.
On target landing. Wow. Actually, let's jump over. Hey, Tyler, how's everyone holding up in Hawthorne?
We're having a great time, Dan. Thank you so much. That was another exciting Starship flight in the books, and we hope that you enjoyed those awesome Starlink views. So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees have contributed to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So that wraps it up for us here in Hawthorne. Thank you guys for tuning in, and back to you, Dan.
All right, thanks. So just to recap,
dude, they're
we lifted
pumped.
off
Look
right
at the people in the
top
back.
of our
Those are
window,
the
5:30
mission
PM
controllers. They're
Central
pumped.
Time. We were able to see the booster light 33 of those Raptor engines get off the
That was
pad
awesome.
and ascent over the Gulf. Successful hot stage separation. Initially lit 6 of those Raptor engines. Lost one of the RVACs on the way uphill. And then the booster didn't complete its full
Hey,
boost
God,
back. Its
thanks,
mission
man.
ended a little bit early, but landed in the clear area that we had set in advance. Once we were on orbit with ship, we were able to get through our payload deployment, 22 satellites, the
I'm ready,
20
Rarest. I want
simulators,
another
the
one.
2 Dodger dogs,
Okay.
which successfully turned on cameras. We'll see if we got any more views from those.
I saw it.
So obviously stick around. Skipped the Raptor relight, but made it through re-entry on target landing in the Indian Ocean. You saw those views. Starship made it. It's been a long time coming. We're really excited to see this vehicle fly, and there are several more on the way. So that's going to do it for me up here. Send it back down to Kate and Jake and everybody who I hope is at least a little bit excited down in Star Factory.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely insane down here. We would, of course, want to thank the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents here at Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and of course, the Australian Space Agency.
Yeah, so honestly, just huge congratulations to all our teammates here at SpaceX and everyone who's supported the Starship mission just in general here. It's been a massive effort, really incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that worked really hard to make things look easy, so shout out to those teams. Now be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and more exciting views that we didn't get to show you on today's live program. I have a feeling we'll see some pretty amazing stuff come from those demonstration satellites that we were able to show some initial footage of. Now, if you're interested in more launch coverage, head on over to our profile on X. We also have spacex.com/launches for you to check out for the most up-to-date information. So thanks to all of you for tuning in. We're going to close it out and celebrate with our colleagues. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a great night. We'll see you next time.
See you next time, Kate. See you next time, Jake. Dude. What the frick, dude? A lot of people ask me, why do I do this job? That's why I do this job. Because this is pretty cool. This is one of those times where, yeah, this right here. No, I'm not into the cast there. I want to see the launch again. Let me see that launch again. Can we see it one more time, please? That was awesome. I want to see it one more time. Is it just me, or was the landing flip pretty violent? It looked okay. Actually, you know what? Before we see the launch, I want to see just that last shot of the ship. When I said don't blow up, and then it blew up.
Startup.
Hold on. Let me see here. It's good stuff, Phoebe. There we go. She flipped in. The camera lost it there. We got an onboard, but then they cut the camera again to a buoy cam that got blown away. And then there was a shot. Okay. This last shot. Let me see. How's she looking? Honestly, not bad, dudes. All this white is from minimal amounts of ablation. And it seems like there are a couple tiles missing. I think those might have been on purpose, though. Honestly, that thermal protection system looks fine. You're going to want to dial it in. Might want to, I don't know for sure, but like maybe increase tile thickness or something, or work on your gaps or something. I would, dare I say it, this could be reused. I probably wouldn't reuse it more than once, but yeah, it's pretty good. They're still dialing in the thermal protection system, but the vast majority of that system is intact. Yeah. There's you got a couple of missing tiles there, a couple of chunks ablated off. If you see these white streaks, that's from where some of the tile got burned off a little bit, or some of the gap filler. So they have a tile, right? They have a tile like this, right? And it has a silica blanket behind it that kind of fills in the gaps between it and other tiles. They call it crunch wrap. It looks like some of the gap filler burned off just a little bit. Those sides are the painted tiles. These tiles are not painted as far as I can tell. So yeah, it looks like some of the gap filler went, but guys, that looks okay. It honestly doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad at all. Did they reuse the first booster that they caught? No. I believe the first booster that they caught is booster 15. I think it's still in the garden. Maybe no. Was it booster 15? 12. 15 was the one that I saw get caught, I think. I don't remember, dude. It's been a long... It's only been 8 months, but it feels like it's been forever. Is this a real tile? No. This is a 3D printed representation. This is just PLA. It's to the exact spec, though. It looks like one. But this is just 3D printed, dudes. This is a real one. You don't have a full real one. What? I got all kinds of cool stuff in my office. Don't worry. Was this Jared's first Starship flight as administrator? Yes. Yes, it was. Rate the flight? Oh, later. This was great, dude. Look at that. Dude, that's a big one. The thermal protection system was good, man. Let's see it go boom now. Oh, my pleasure. The header tanks. So the header tanks blew up. They immediately pressurized the payload bay. The payload bay went that away. And what you're seeing there is the residual methane inside of the main methane tank burn off like a gigantic flamethrower. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, pretty awesome. Slow-mo, please? All right. Oh, no slow-mo. So watch, when it hits the water, it folds the front. It tries to fold the front like a taco. Watch right here. It's only for a split. Oh, yep, that was too much. But so, look, the methane tank exploded and the LOX tank right below it popped as well. This is all gaseous oxygen right there. It's liquid oxygen that depressurized really quickly. So it's kind of gaseous LOX. Watch, the methane is going to light that all on fire. Ready? See? Yeah, good stuff. It's a big thermobaric bomb, which is why it blew the entire front off. Don't worry, the front has been removed from the environment. And I assure you that that is not a normal thing to happen. I don't know, John, maybe. Bottom right. Nighthawk, thanks for spoiling us. Yeah. Yeah. It popped. Yeah, what's going on over there? I swear this never happens. Yeah. Do they recover this mess? Probably not, Max. They might try to get a couple of components here and there, but it'll sink. It's going to sink eventually. Can we slow this one down? Let me see, Mutter. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you can.
Yep.
Good shot time.
Pause. Playback speed. Ah, yes. Here we go. I don't want to hear that. But yeah, guys, the catch points, everything looks pretty intact here. That was the engines shutting off right there. Some gas got trapped in the engine bay. All right, now watch. When it hits the water, the front's gonna fold. You're gonna see it for a split second, and then the tank will blow. Super Allah, thank you for the raid. Oh, that's pretty sick, dude. Look at the CLPVs. Those are the composite overwrap pressure vessels. They shoot off like fireworks. Those are carrying the pneumatic systems for the thrusters. That's pretty funny, dude. Did you see it start spinning out of the way? There it is over there. It's behind me. See it right here. It's just see last ASAP. Go full audio. Nah, come on, man. Let's watch this. I'll check that footage out in a moment. The COPV freedom. Yeah, right. Dude. Life imitates art, Waymill. Life imitates art, Waymill. Now this explosion was intended. There's really nothing you can do. This is why you need a catch tower, because if you try to land it and it tips over, that happens. Now it's just some steel sheets with some engines. Yeah, it's definitely broken. Man, dude, that thing almost survived that impact. What tank? See, look, it actually splashed down for a second. Oh, the LOX tank popped first. Look at that. The LOX tank popped. And then the methane tank popped. See? Oh, there goes the CLPV. It's flying past my head. This one is great, though. Is that delayed the slosh before the pop? Pretty much, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, man. That's actually, guys, that's actually close to surviving an impact, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, dare I say that? Look, it splashed down. I mean, not that SpaceX ever would, but if you put some baffles in that tank and to prevent the propellants from sloshing around, because the slosh is what blew the thing up, right? All the liquid oxygen slamming into one side of the tank and rupturing it is what blew it up. If you put a baffle in there to prevent that from happening, it'll probably land in one piece. Not that they would ever do that, but I don't think they would ever need to. I thought I saw something right there. Hold on, what did I see? Oh, no, never mind. Oh. They had extra due to no relight. Imagine if they didn't. Yeah. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. The payload bay pressurized. There's something blew out of the bulkhead seam right there. That payload bay. Yeah, something happened before that explosion. That was not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. maybe that's very broken. You know, like, yeah. Is it the recent launch from an hour ago? Yes, no God. It actually did do it. Despite the big funny explosion, test actually went really good, man. SpaceX has no way of recovering. They were going to expend the ship. So if it blows up after landing, who cares? Pretty funny explosion, though, but it seems like the back of the ship is pretty intact. Evidence of metallic tiles. Yeah, maybe. So they're going to try and land it with humans when it has the potential to go boom like that? Take a chance, I'll be honest with you. Dude, I don't mean to be that guy. Every rocket has the potential of doing that with people on board. It's just, this is a test flight. It's a test flight. So if it pops, so what? I'll be honest with you. SpaceX, recently they haven't shown it, but SpaceX actually, this is kind of a return to form. For the longest time, they showed every one of their failures and they kind of owned it. You know, showing that this is a test program. This is what happens. But, you know, like the last couple of flights, you haven't seen a lot. But they posted the failure. The thing blew up. And that's fine. That's okay. This time around, now don't get me wrong. It's not fine if there's people on board. But SpaceX, they're pretty good at what they do, man. I'm not just saying that because I'm decked out in SpaceX merch. This goes for any space flight company. Maybe except for Boeing. If there's people on board, they wouldn't be treating it like this. No. I.e., it would not pop. They wouldn't like, the name of the game with spaceflight is to not put yourself in a position where you're going to put people in danger, but you have to straddle the line between, you know, not putting people in excess danger and just the inherent danger that comes from spaceflight. It's a hard thing to do. And that's what makes NASA, and that's what made missions like the Artemis 2 mission so damn good, because they made it look so easy. The worst problem was the damn toilet clogging. And some of the pressure control assemblies on the service module started leaking, but that's inconsequential to the mission. But yeah, the reality of the situation is that every spacecraft has the potential to pop like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know, if you're working on this stuff, your job is to make it not do that. But since this is a test flight, it's just cool to, haha, big explosion. But yeah, good stuff. EJ's cooked, terrible day for SpaceX, dead booster, crippled ship. I mean, that was their intention with the test, Petty. If they say they're going to lose the ship and booster and then lose the ship and booster, I mean, that is what they said it was going to do. I'm just saying, man. What about the bubble wrap? Bubble wrap is always nominal. I just can't get over how nice that thermal protection system is, guys. That's fine. You dare I say it, you could probably get 1 or 2 reentries out of that. I don't see any holes. There's really not a lot. There is some ablation up on the nose right there, but yeah, that thermal protection system looks to be in very good condition compared to the last couple of times we've seen them do this. Yeah, that's really a step up from the last time. That's insane. It's in very good condition. It's a shame that that happened. It's a shame that happened, because that thing that's in really good condition. I'm actually very impressed. Can we watch the liftoff again? Can we watch the liftoff? Can I watch that again? That part is pretty cool. I'm quite fond of that. Yeah, no burn through on the flaps, dude. What's your opinion on why the booster wasn't able to relight? Mirror, here, we'll watch the ascent, dude, and I'll ooh. Come on, video. If only they bled more fuel, if only. No. Come on. Do it in high def. You know you want to. Thank you. All right, let's see. This is a replay from earlier.
Minus 10. 9.
Headphone users. I'm turning it up, bros. I'm sorry. It's going to be loud. You headphone users, you got 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, ignition. We have liftoff.
Put you downrange.
Dude, that is awesome. What a monster. Holy crap.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
That's so good. That is so good, man. Oh, that's beautiful.
We are T plus 30 seconds into flight, seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor 3 engines on booster V3. Ascending over the Gulf now, coming up on maximum.
Wow. That is wild, dude. Did they recover the booster? The booster blew up, dudes. Here, we can go ahead up to staging here. The booster exploded. So this is intentional behavior. They shut down 30. They shut down the 28 of them. So they have 5 engines running right there. That's on purpose. SpaceX does hot staging, so the engines really never stop firing. These center engines and those 2 engines really never stop. They light the upper stage engines and then they let the ship go. So right now there's the engine cutoff. The telemetry isn't synced, right? So what they're going to do there, they're going to light all the engines back up. So anytime you see one of the lights turn on as an engine that's active, you ideally want 33 of them so the booster can flip around real quick so it can get back to Texas. But that 33 engine ignition did not go very well. So why does that happen? Why did it do that? They tried to fire them all, and then some of them on one side went and all of them on the other side shut off. And if you look, it goes further. They shut down even more. See? The system is shutting engines off. Why does it do that? Propellant sloshing around. I don't really have a bottle of water with me. I drank all of it. But like when the booster turns, right, it's got the propellant slosh inside of it. So they clearly sloshed to one side. And that side had good pressure to turn the engines on. When they tried to turn the engines on the other side, the computer saw that they didn't have fuel and shut them off. They did go to 33 to 11 to 5. Yeah, that's this. Watch the sequence down here. That's not what you want. It's close, but it's not what you want. Yeah. Yeah, they had one. One of them, when did that one engine shut? I'm looking down there, see if there's any explosion. No, I didn't see much. I think it's on the other side. So they're having to relearn the same lessons all over again. That's a massive problem. Are you kidding me right now, Hellfish? The booster is a completely different fuel tank architecture. What are you talking about, dude? He'll get it, man. You just need a little bit of baffling in there. It's not gonna. It's. Did I see it? I don't know. Look again. Let me see. Yeah, the telemetry isn't synced. That makes this a little bit harder to see. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it was. Yeah, it popped. We saw it up there. Yeah, I saw it the first time around. I'm sorry. That whole thing was a blur. Yeah, that was an engine failure. And the engine, whatever it did, it was contained. It didn't blow up. So sometimes if you have a cluster of engines and one blows up, it's such a violent explosion that it takes out a couple of engines next to it. That engine failed. That was a catastrophic failure. You saw it blow out the side, and it didn't seem to perturb the other engines. Yeah, I do believe I saw the Vector blow up. Here, I'm just going to put the sound on just a little bit.
And that's going to give the booster a bit of a kick, sending it in a known direction, followed shortly after by the other two.
Okay, down to 5. That's normal.
We're through Miko.
Huge separation.
Yeah.
There you go. Successful hot staging separation.
Yeah, these aren't failed engines. The computer didn't give them the command to start because it didn't see good telemetry. You could see it when the booster flies away. Give me 1 sec. I know I'm in front of it, so here, I'm gonna move over here so you guys
immediately
can see it.
after,
That's
one of those
dude. Holy shnikes! Did you see that thing, Ryan? Dude, what a sick rocket, man! This thing is awesome.
Direction, followed shortly after.
This thing is fantastic. They tried to use the grid fins to pitch. Let me see. Did they move? Oh, yes, they did. So watch, the engines don't even light.
Successful.
They don't even light. Like, yeah, it didn't send the command to fire them because it knew it was. They knew it knew it wouldn't work. But see now, because only certain engines are lit, the booster is starting to spin around.
It looks like we just had an early boost back shutdown. Again, a reminder.
Yes, spoiled. They didn't look happy.
Into the Gulf for a splashdown, but it has
that. So, guys, from what that looks like, it looks like it didn't go the direction that they wanted. That's very much what that looks like. And because it went sideways instead of flipping up, the propellant sloshed around inside of the tank a way that they didn't want. Now, I want to go back and see if we could see that Vector engine pop.
We just had an early boost back shutdown. Again, a reminder, the
go back
booster
over
was
here.
planned to essentially
Watch,
head
right
into
there.
the Gulf for a splashdown, but it has shut its engines down early on into boost back.
Yeah, you saw it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we saw it. Yeah. Yep. Nope. That thing was not happy. Whew. Guys, that looks like it blew a line. I don't think that was the engine. Usually when the engine decides it wants to get a little spicy like that, it kind of blows up and parts fly off. I just saw a flash. So I think it was a leak, like what we saw later when they looked at the aft.
So we're now
when they looked at the aft shot, we could definitely see it leaking.
We do have engine out capability, so it's.
Oh yeah, Bedine, we'll check it. How's the pad? I don't know. I'd have to talk to my buddies over at NSF to see that one.
On the right.
Ship avionics power and telemetry
not
nominal.
Planning on bringing the booster back for this flight, as this was the very first time.
It didn't take out the other engines. That's right. These V3 motors can blow up and it stays contained. That's pretty damn impressive.
About 3 minutes 50.
Yeah, we can watch NSF's use. Oh, guys, I actually talked to Tim too. We can look at snippets of Tim's videos, dude.
Discovery.
Yeah, I was talking with him about that this morning. Just on a side note, so you guys like clips from Tim Dodd's videos? He gave me permission to look at small bits of the video, not the entire video, but small parts. Yeah, he gave me the okay this morning. Timmy, you beautiful bastard. You know, so yeah, I was talking with him this morning before the stakeout stream. Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. You could slow here. Oh yeah, Mutter. Let's see if we can get the boost back footage. Here, these are all the little clips that SpaceX is posting. And permission revoked. He's probably gonna be like, man, those people from the Northeast are weird. Yeah, so what, man? NSF showed Danger trailer and it's alive. Not sure how. So guys, I just want to be very clear. This thing that's behind my melon right here, that booster is 220 feet tall. It's as tall as a 22-story building. And it's just flipping around. Just flipping around. Ooh, Yeah, that wasn't great. The relight was not ideal. Danger trailer lives. Yeah, the separation sequence was not great, dude. Something funky happened with the SEP. It wasn't supposed to go this way. It was supposed to go that way. It did not rotate. So that grid fin is tilted towards Starship windward side, so it's tilted downwards. That means they wanted it to go that way. It was supposed to go this way. OEM, it was supposed to go that way. It went this way. That slosh screwed up the propellant feed to the engines. I know people are gonna be like, yeah, how do you know that, Pistain? Like, trust me, dude. This is not like some crazy problem here. I'm pretty damn sure that that's what happened. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to go this way. It was supposed to go up. So see, watch, the grid fin turns. Ugh. Look at Earth's edge. Yeah, I see it. Actually, I'm pretty amazed that that thing didn't blow up. Like, I mean, you saw from the Starship splashdown how delicate some of this stuff is. I'm amazed the thing didn't pop, like, right there. Huh. Yeah, it was not supposed to go that way. Yeah, so that's from the propellant sloshing around inside of the vehicle. It didn't give you a good feed, so they didn't light the computers didn't light the engines, because if you did, it'd just blow up. Some engines lit, then turned off. Yeah, Hellfish, that's the propellant sloshing around. So the computer saw that they were good to go, tried to light them, and then because it flipped around, it sloshed, propellant sloshed back, and then it shut the engines off. Why did it go sideways? Dean, I don't have the answer to that question. Yeah, I don't have the answer to that question, dude. We're going to have to wait for SpaceX on that one. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to go sideways. I'm 100% sure of this. And propellant slosh screwed the feed on the engines. How many grid fins are there? Supposed to be. There's supposed to be 3. There's 2 on the sides, Dio. 2 on the sides and 1 on the bottom. There's nothing on the top. So if you're looking at Starship from the front, right, and the tile side of Starship is down here, right? Like positions on a clock, there's a grid fin at 3, 6, and 9 o'clock. There's nothing in the 12 o'clock spot. They did that because you don't need it. You only need 3. Yaw, pitch, and roll. 3 axis, 3 grid fins. Pretty simple. It was pretty much right after separation beating. Yeah. Just got in that they catch it. Sleepy, they weren't planning on catching this thing, and no, it blew up. It wouldn't have even gotten close to being caught. Something happened during the hot staging, and the engines didn't really relight too well. So let's watch the booster. This is the booster reentry. This shot is frankly insane. This is looking down at the engines. Watch. So as the booster starts to get lower in the atmosphere, air will start to get compressed inside of the rocket engines, and you'll see them start to wiggle. I wonder how the pad held up. I'm sure it's okay. When can we expect 13? I don't think this is a mishap, Rarest. Flight 13, Blaz? I don't know, dude. I'd say this flight went pretty damn well. I'd say 2 months. Probably for 13, maybe less. It'll be sometime in the summer. Probably, maybe even closer. What if one of the RVACs didn't ignite and that's what pushed the booster the wrong way? Prez, that's definitely a thing that it could have had off nominal thrust. It's possible, dude. There's a lot of things that could have made that happen. Do you think they'll go back to 13 to 33 or add slosh mitigations? I would change trajectory and flight regime before I went and did a hardware modification, Anon. Do you think maybe the exhaust pressure from the ship pushed the booster down? It's possible, Justin. Yeah. It may have been something with that wonky engine, but yeah, look at this thing. So, dude, first of all, the angle of attack of the booster relative to the horizon, I just want to point out, guys, and this might be just a little bit of the camera angle, but this thing looks like, if this is the ground, it looks like it's 45 degrees to the horizon right now, if I'm looking at this correctly. And that's pretty impressive for what it is. That thing it's flying, dude. See Baron's last message with a cool vid. Yeah, it's in the queue of like the 30 other vids that people linked up, dude. You're gonna have to give me a break. There's only one of you. That's Austin's thing. That's the thing that you linked before. Please give me a second, dude. Yeah, so right here is them priming the engines. Oh, yeah, that exploded. Yeah, I actually don't think that was them priming. Yeah, no, that's the engine bleed, and they went to fire one and it blew up. Yeah, that exploded. Yeah, they went to fire them and they got one good one and it popped. Yeah, that it didn't. So check this out. Look, watch. So see right here. All right, watch the deceleration. All right. So they did get an engine for a second, and then see how their speed is kind of staying where it is? That means whatever engines are on down there, guys, it's at like, I'd say 0.95 thrust to weight. So it's not enough thrust to be able to slow it down. It's enough thrust to just kind of keep it at speed, combined with the atmospheric the deceleration induced from atmospheric drag. They did get an engine. One of them popped, though. Definitely exploded. But there is an engine firing down there. It's just like maybe one or two. The telemetry says one. Yeah, it hit it going 1,400. It hit the water going 1,400 kilometers an hour. That's like 900 miles an hour. Yeah, it was still well in the transonic regime when it hit the water. There's no part of that booster left. Yeah. I'd be amazed if you found a piece of that thing. Yeah. That's there, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. It's reduced to ashes. That there's nothing left of that. It hit it almost going plaid. Yeah. I wish there was footage of it. There might be. Yeah, Kerbal poof effect. Exactly. All right. Baron, what's your video? It's the next one I have teed up. What is this? This is from Austin Barnard, right? All right. Let's see. This is a shot from a phone, I think. Oh, geez. This might be loud. Headphone users, 10 seconds. Drew, what's up, man? Before I do that, look at the scorched area under the Ship 39 logo. Yeah, it definitely got cooked a little bit. The way the booster goes sideways then pitches negative Z made me think it's supposed to flip away from Earth, more altitude. Yeah, it's supposed to go up, dude. It went sideways. You're absolutely right. I agree with you. All right, headphone users again. That's really freaking loud. Yeah. That's really loud. Whoa. Dude, I've never heard anything like that, dude. It sounds like a freight train derailing. Glorious thunder! You want me to look at the vibrations on the quick disconnect? All right. Baron says, watch this thing. How would you know what a freight train derailing sounds like? I've been on the internet and watched videos of that. Why do you call me out like that, dick? What is the effect of methyl methacrylate on the human body? I don't know, Jim. Wish I knew. Sorry, bud. That's crazy. Tyler, why did it look like they relit the outer engines on the booster on boost back? I thought it was supposed to only to be the center 13. So Tyler, that booster separated. It didn't turn in the right direction when it separated, dude. It was supposed to go up. It was like if Starship's going this way, it kind of went off to the side, and it was supposed to do this. It was supposed to go backwards and over, right? The reason why you only had certain amounts of engines light on one side is because when it flipped sideways, it sloshed the propellants to one side of that booster, and it lit the engines on the side that had the fuel where the water sloshed to. So I don't know. I don't even know if this is still like popular with kids. You guys, do kids still do like bottle flips? You know, where you fill up like a water bottle with just a little bit of water, and then you try to flip it. And all the water kind of sloshes to one side and it stabilizes so you can land it so the bottle lands like that. Literally that, but with a 220-foot tall booster. You know, I do, but I'm 28. Yeah, take a chance. Yeah, no, me. Yeah, like I'm 37. I think that's cool. It's cool physics, right? Read his question again. You're answering a different question. Why did it look like they relit the outer engines on the booster on boost back? I thought it was only supposed to be the center 13. I'm pretty sure I answered it correctly, Wertaz. Yeah. The outer engines, they relit the outer engines because the outer engines were the only ones that had fuel. And they were supposed to do 33. They were supposed to light 33 during the boost back and then switch down to 13. 8-second ignition to sound, so it's the same distance as control, and the shockwaves had to be supersonic. Otherwise, they were only 2.7 kilometers away. I'll show you where that is. Who's your pick to win the 500? I want Mick to win it, but that's probably not going to happen. So pad 2 is right there. Austin's shot is definitely like right here. It's from this area. So yeah, there you go, Tessa. 1.6 miles away. That is look. Let me put it to you like this. Is it dangerous to have people that close to that thing? Yes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure everybody at SpaceX understands the circumstances of being that close to the rocket that they made. So I'm not too incredibly worried about them being that close. Most of them are probably there voluntarily. And that brings me to the second part of this. If you asked me to stand there during a launch, I would absolutely do it. Oh yeah. I'd bring hearing protection with me. I'd bring these headphones with me, but I'd do it. If you, you know, is it dangerous to sit there? Yes. Are the employees there by choice? Very much so. Would I be there? Hell yes, I would. I'd be deaf, but I'd do it. I'd do it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I would do it. I can't say that I wouldn't. Baron said his eyes still hurt. Dude, the rumbles from that, like, yeah, I would, yeah, that's no joke, dude. I'd do it if you were allowed to dig a foxhole first. Yeah. Yeah, right. You'd be a happy deaf dude wearing headphones. What? What? I can't hear you. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I'd do it. I'd do it once, but I'd do it. What? I love all the controllers' callouts are them yelling over the sound in the office, right? Is it dangerous to sit there? What if you lie down? It's still gonna be loud, Rosés, but maybe. They brought out the street sweeper down Highway 4 to clean up. Oh, I'd believe that. I'll bet you, you know, this is where I want to see my buddies over at NSF. This is where I want to see. Dude, look at that. Oh my goodness. Here, let me give him full screen. Give me 1 second. So that's my buddy Das right behind me, dude. Look at it. It's Highway 4 is thrashed. Holy crap. That's supposed to say Gateway to Mars. It said Gateway to Mars this morning. That Gatwick. Yeah, dude, you guys aren't kidding. The freaking street sweepers up and down the road. Dude, the road is supposed to be right here. There's no road. It's just sand. Holy crap. That's crazy. Dude, I've stood right where this camera is. There should be Highway 4. You could see it in the roadblock picture, right? So this camera and this camera are at the same site. They're pointed in two different directions down the road. This one is looking towards Star Factory, and the camera on the other side of this one is pointed towards down Highway 4 at the pad. The launch pad is right here in this shot. It's to the right of right? There's supposed to be a road right here. It's just on the side of these posts. There's no road. It's just sand. Hey, Snackless. Was that from the launch? I think it was from the deluge. The deluge, but it's very clear that this thing did a little bit of damage. That's a lot of damage. It might just be the angle, but the road's supposed to be right there. It's not there. It's gone. It's covered in sand. Close enough. Welcome back, IFT1. That's right. How would they make Starship launch really often if they need to clean the road and close everything before each launch? They'll figure it out, homie. Now it's the Gateway. Yep. Gone. Reduced to ashes. Erosional damage. Snaggles, what's up, dude?
Go at throttle up.
Driving across the states to launch your own stainless steel rocket in 3 days. Nice. To show you the power of Block 3, I destroyed Highway 4, and I replaced it with sand. That's a lot of damage. Erosional damage. Aren't the center 13s in the sump? And the outer 20 are individual intakes? So maybe they tried to fire the outer 20 too early before the inner 13 settled the props. It could be a timing issue, Drew. If that's what Tyler was trying to imply before, yeah, it's possible. If you go to Starbase Live and watch the flight there, their cam's looking at the pad and you could see a ton of sand get blasted. I will be looking at that. Let's take a look. This is these are just NSF's straight Starbase Live pictures. Let's go back a second here. I want to see this from Starbase Live. All right, let's back it up. Here, let me get out of the way. Yeah, look at all the dust. Look at all the dust that got picked up. Holy crap! Guys, all right, the tower right there. The tower that's next to the vehicle, that's 520 feet tall. It's a little over 150 meters. I think it's like 155 meter tall. The dust clouds are going above it. Yeah, look at the Gateway to Mars sign. There it is. That's what it looked like. And it's gone. Oh my goodness. Trey, the pad looks okay. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, dude, what great tracks from the NSF crews. Look at the one behind my head. Oh, wow, these are impressive. Yeah, crazy. I saw a letter shoot off to the side over here during ignition. Dude, that pad got hosed, man. The actual pad itself looks fine. It's just everything around. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Oh, NSF, you beautiful bastards. Look at that. Oh, that's sick. That is sick, dude. That's so good. Oh my goodness. Absolute cinema. If there ever was an NSF print, I really hope they make that one. Missed it by that much. Yeah, that's foreshadowing. In the business, we call that foreshadowing. Yeah, right? Dude. That's so good. All right, what else we got here? These are the LSR prints there. There we go. I need a cigarette. I know what you mean, man. So these are coming from my buddy LSR. LSR handles a lot of the social media clips for NSF. Bro, that is insane, dude. Look at the sound reverb through the clouds. Have you ever seen clouds do that? Hold on. Watch the vapor cloud. Vibrating clouds. That's crazy, right? Is this the one that goes by the moon? Tell me this is that's the one that goes by the moon. It's pretty good. I like that. The clouds are sea fighting. I know, Trey. She's a beast. 1.4 off the pad. 1.4 thrust to weight ratio. That's pretty good for a rocket that's carrying like 5,500 tons of fuel and oxidizer on board. Totally looks like a glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, yeah. Oh. What was that? Or is it coming up on engine cutoff here? I think NSF's cams seem to be okay. Yeah, I think that's where one of the engines popped. That, yeah. They had RTX on, Postal, that's for sure. Link LSR? Yeah, guys. Sure, I'll link this for you. Absolutely. LSR does a great job, and I'm gonna shout him out here. He does an amazing job clipping NSF stuff. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that wasn't ideal. Did Das pants move? Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna have to ask him. They were supposed to relight a sea level engine, right? Starship, Shinar? Or Starship was supposed to light 2 for that landing, for ship 39, yes. Would you say flight 1 was 25% success and now flight 12 is 80% success? Guys, I would call this like 90% successful. They had some engine out stuff, and that's not ideal, but remember, it's about the mission. The only mission objective that they didn't get was relighting the engine in space. That's it. Everything else went fine. Couple engine outs here and there, but it's a brand new engine. This was the first time this engine has ever flown. I'd say it did tremendously well for a first flight. It's pretty good. And you can be damn sure the next one is going to work just fine, based off of what I've seen here. Yeah. And they proved engine out capability with the version 3. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I would say we're like 90% successful here. Fun fact, I learned today for Flight 11, the old pad didn't have hold down points, so the engines start. Yeah, exactly, Baron. The old pad, they just let the engines go, and when they got up to thrust, it took off. This pad 2 holds the sucker to the pad and then lets it go. Could you link the clip from 1.5 miles to the pad? Baron, can you link up Austin's footage again, please? The booster didn't split in two, Rise. It definitely... No, it hit the ground. It hit the water in one... Oh. What the hell is that thing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Fluffy, it did a pad avoidance maneuver. A lot of rockets do that. It's hard to see it though. I guess it's easy to see with a big rocket like this. If this is the tower, it'll slew away and then it'll correct. Goalie, the crane's screwed, you think? Yeah, you might be right. This thing out of 39A is going to be pretty cool. There's your slew. That's the avoidance maneuver right there. And then watch, it'll correct back. See, there's your correction. I'm still thinking they go orbital next flight. Yeah, guys, Trey, I think there's enough evidence. Well, they didn't get the Raptor relight, so we'll see, but I wouldn't go orbital unless you can prove that Raptor relight. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't go orbital because you didn't get the relight. You got to prove relight with Raptor 3, so the next one, unfortunately, is going to be suborbital as well. I'm pretty sure. Last, please, for something that you noticed. I'm back at the hotel. Check this slow-mo by me. Booster did light the engines, but the center cluster blew up. All right, hold on. Well, I saw a hard start. Oh, yeah. Hard start. Yeah, that, yeah. Yeah, BD, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, that's, so, guys, like I said, the propellants are sloshing around in there because it didn't flip in the right direction. And because of that, an engine got an improper mixture. And when a rocket engine gets an improper mixture of fuel to oxidizer on start, it blows up. Like it just blows up because what happens is you get a detonation. If you don't feed the right mixture and you don't have the right, what's called head pressure to the engine, you need some residual head pressure into your impellers. If you don't have head pressure into the impellers, they could cavitate. Somebody did suggest that. Or you don't get the right mixture into the combustion chamber on the engine and it detonates. It blows up. It'll just explode. And that's exactly what that was right there. I am very, very sure of that. That's a hard start, right? Right there. See that? See where the whole bottom of the booster is engulfed in fire? Yeah, that's a hard start. I'm very sure of this. That's why when they went to light the center cluster, it didn't do it for landing. Yeah, that's very broken. Did the rocket recover from that? No. No, Jam, it hit the water going about 900 miles an hour. So no, it didn't. But they were planning on expending the booster anyway. Guys, that is the reason why they didn't go bother trying to catch this thing on the first try. If you tried to catch that, there would be a crater where your pad would be right now. The gateway to Mars sign would be gone completely. Like, let alone just like kind of falling apart. There'd be no sign left. A Raptor 3 doesn't have the Kevlar boots to hold the turbopump shrapnel from taking out the engines near it. Yeah, it doesn't. It's supposed to stay contained. Supposed to. Yeah, they're going to have to figure out some stuff with the booster. But, guys, honestly, for a first flight, for V3, Booster V3, Pad V3, Raptor 3, this did really well. That was really good for a first attempt. And the shrouds are back on, right? Yeah. Do we have any news on how the grid fins in the forward section performed after hot staging? The grid fins seemed to... So, Matt, the grid fins seem to work. They ironed everything out from what I can tell. Yeah, they ironed everything out. Gee, has any ideas why there's heat tiles on top of the fins? I'm pretty sure they were testing something there. They were testing something with the tiles. What they were testing, dude, I don't know. I know it's there for testing purposes. I do not believe the birds are Starbase Live, so my headset doesn't shut off because it's wireless. Yeah, they're doing some type of test. Those tiles aren't supposed to be there. Different methods of attachment. Yeah, there you go. Kind of good for 39 unfinished engines. I think it did very well. They said it was for different connections. All right, well, there you go. Yeah. Cool. Tib, EJ, the tiles on the fin were for Starlink footage. Well, yeah. Of course, dude. So is there going to be investigation? I don't think so, dude. I don't think you're going to get any mishaps. The booster still found its way down to where they wanted to dispose of it. It just was going a little fast when it hit the water, but yeah, guys, remember, those mishap investigations happen when something flies out of its flight corridor. So Starship didn't do its Raptor relight on orbit, right? But it actually adjusted its re-entry trajectory to make it back to the landing site automatically. It coasted a little bit further during re-entry, right? And it landed where they wanted to. It landed by the buoy cams. It was right on target. Mishap investigations only happen if the thing doesn't land where you want it to land. So I don't think there's going to be any mishap. However, I do think that SpaceX has some work to do. But this is great progress. This is a huge step forward for the Starship program. A big step forward. They did great. They did a really good job. There were a lot of in spaceflight. There are these things called unknown unknowns, right? You're not going to know how exactly to a T how a vehicle is going to perform until you put it out on the pad and you fly it. You're not going to know for sure. There's no guarantees in this business, right? So it's an unknown unknown. You can improve your odds of success, right? But that unknown unknown is going to be just that. It's going to be an unknown unknown until you go and do it. A lot of unknown unknowns became known unknowns today. So they learned a lot. There's a lot of things that are no longer a question mark anymore. Like, is the pad going to survive? Yes, the pad survived. The Gateway to Mars sign didn't, but the pad did. It's more important. How's the pad doing? Are the chopsticks okay? Is the tower okay? Yeah, pad seems to be pretty dang intact. I'd want to look into that diverter to see if it's wrecked. I don't think it is. If it was wrecked, you'd see pieces of it all over Highway 4. We didn't see any of that. So that's what I mean. There's a lot of blanks in, your paper you're writing about Starship. There's a lot of blanks here that have been filled. Those are known unknowns. Known knowns and known unknowns now. There's still a lot more unknown unknowns, though. Raptor relight on orbit. That question wasn't answered. We don't know how Raptor 3 is going to do on a relight in space. I assume it'll do okay. I'm pretty sure they didn't do the relight because one of the vacuum engines exploded. But why? Why did that happen? That's stuff you got to go figure out. It's going to take some time for them to figure that out. But I think we will see Ship 40 and Booster 20 flying sooner rather than later. I'm thinking a month and a half, maybe. Probably like June, maybe early July, maybe on the 4th. That'd be pretty cool. The BQD covers got hosed. Yes, they did. Something cool you could see on the last shot before the splashdown explosion was the white lines, probably the glue burning off. There was some ablation on the heat shield lava, but that thing was really, really intact for what it was. I'm honestly superbly impressed with that thermal protection system, dude. If they could have gotten 39 back in one piece, I bet you could have reused that. Not like 100 times, but you could reuse it 1 or 2 more times. There's still some ablation problems to figure out, but that heat shield fared extremely well compared to past tests. Road's fully open. Yep. Here's another shot from LSR, for that LSR compiled from Starbase. Oh my goodness. Danger trailer survived. Right on. Also worth noting that they were stress testing this ship. Yeah, of course, Max. They stress test every ship on purpose. They beat the snot out of them for good reason. And the reason that dare I say the reason why they beat the snot out of these ships, doing it on the prior 11 flights, is the reason why that thermal protection system on this flight was in really good condition. Because they torture tested that thing on the prior ones. NSF is showing the damage to the cameras now. All right, let me see. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that solar panel's a little, that solar panel's a little broken. Dude, the whole thing got sandblasted. You see that? Mast looks okay. Bargon, that was sick, right? I wonder how the ASU will survive a Pad 1 launch, given the Gateway to Mars sign damage. Yeah, Ninja, that's a good question to ask. Actually, guys, that trailer looks... Woo! That trailer looks to be in pretty damn good condition. Look at the live view inside of the box. Yeah, that, it's not bad. This trailer is pretty rough. That's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Subset, for sure, dude. Look at the, yeah, the BQD burned some of the paint off. See that? What box is falling off? I'm not sure. But guys, the crazy thing about that trailer is next to the Gateway to Mars sign. The Gateway to Mars sign is right there. If this picture was a little bit wider, it's right there. Which is... this is pretty good considering, man. Ooh, yeah, she got a little roughhoused. So, cool story. Do you see those blocks of aluminum that have all the tapped holes in them? I made those. I made that thing. That aluminum plate. I drilled and tapped all the holes for that plate to mount the cameras. See those plates? I did that. Yeah. Das gave me an aluminum plate with a bunch of pilot holes in it, and he said, we need all these drilled and tapped for a camera mount. That sounds like something you'd want to do. I'm like, that is something I would want to do. He goes, okay, here's my tap, and here's the tap set. Go. I'm like, okay. Bye-bye. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Yeah, dude. I made those plates for those cameras. For a lot of the cameras down there, dude. I made all those plates. Do I need to tell you what EJ can do with an aluminum plate? Aluminum! ZT, you're thankful it scrubbed last night because it was your high school graduation. Well, you got a pretty good graduation present the next day, I'd say. Why is the BQD not retracted? Ooh. Maybe they're venting out the lines, Tony. Either that, dude. If that thing didn't retract, it's junk. Junk. You see how powerful that sucker was? Dude, I really hope they kind of reopened them to vent out all the lines. I really hope so, because if it didn't close, it's broken. Do I know about the N1 rocket? Sure, Demonical. Yeah. N1 was great in theory, but Sergei Korolev he wasn't alive to see its development through. That was I think that's the reason why the Soviets lost the space race, because not a lot of people know that. They lost their chief designer at the height of the space race in 1966. I think if Sergei Korolev survives, the Soviets make it to the moon. Just saying. But yeah, I know all about the N1. Launches from Site 110 in Baikonur. You have a meme image. That's funny. The damage doesn't look that bad from out here. Yeah. That was nicely done. I think this is Peter Egg that did that. Yeah, it is. It's freaking that guy. That's good, man. That's good. Peter's a funny guy. I like him. I don't know that dude, but yeah, he's pretty funny. That's good. It's an older reference, sir, but it checks out. I was about to clear them. No, leave them to me. I will deal with them myself. As you wish, my lord. Carry on. Thank goodness it went today, because I leave for Indy at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, baby. Yeah, guys, if you don't know me, I'm a rocket nutcase. I can tell you about most historical rockets. I'm pretty good at that. The shuttle is what I specialize in. The shuttle and the Saturn V. Those are my big ones. But yeah, you want to talk rocket history? You want to learn about rockets? This is the stream. Also, I work on cars too. Cars are fun. Just shameless plug. I have a whole plethora of parts to fix that thing. There it is. See, I have a plethora of parts to fix that thing. I build cars in my garage, too. And yeah, we stream that as well. But it's mostly rockets. We do mostly rocket stuff here. Apology accepted, Captain Nida. Lord Vader. It's a pleasure you are here. We're honored by your presence. You may dispense with the pleasantries, Commander. I'm here to put you back on schedule. Alan, this booster was not going to return to launch site, and they were going to soft land it out in the water. They didn't soft land it out in the water. It hit the water going like 900 miles an hour. They went to relight the engines, and some of them didn't want to. Is that Coronet a 440? It's Coronet 500, Robert. It doesn't have a 440 in it. It's a 318 car. That Coronet, though, I am getting a line on. I have a 5.7 Hemi. I'm going to put a 5.7 Gen 3 Hemi in it with an 8 HP 70, 8-speed transmission behind it. Yeah, yeah. It's going to be a little bit crazy. We can get a little crazy because it's got 4 doors. Nobody cares if it has 4 doors. 4 doors. You can have a little bit of fun with it, and that's what we're going to do. Did the trailer move? Trailer moved. It moved. Yeah, the sound pushed that thing to the side. Gotcha, used to have a 440. Right on. Dude, if it had a big block in there, I'd keep it in there. I love big blocks. Big block screaming at 4,000 RPM. That is music to my ears, man. Some of the engines said, "Bye, Felicia." That's right. It left an imprint. Yeah. They opened the BQDs about an hour and 10 minutes ago. Oh, thank God. That means they closed Helicali. Thank you for letting us know. Also, yeah, okay, right, I already read that. Did that? Yeah. So, guys, the sound waves moved that trailer. The vibrations moved the trailer camera sideways, because that's what I mean about violent, dude. What a monster that thing is. Malone, thanks, man. Love your work. Thanks for watching, dudes. I'm not asleep, right? Starship really did that? Oh yeah. Oh, she did it. Can I watch the liftoff just one more time? Like, I just LSR's got the goods. Just. I saw it, Drew. Yeah. Avid Rover 2, it moved the Yukon around. Oh, jeez. This footage is about to become a big cloud in a second here. See? I told you. Oh my goodness. Dude, that is so nuts, dude. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Look at the sound propagate through the clouds. Oh my goodness. Can you link this video again? Sure, man. I'll link it in both chats. Just. Oh, here we go. So this is the north cam, guys. Trailer is right where my mouse cursor is. The trailer camera is right there. Yeah, Beansy, that's crazy. That is unreal. What a picture, though. What a shot. Look at that. Serious Saturn V vibes. I love it, dude. That's what I was waiting for. My gosh, the building is shaking. Look at that rocket go! You can see it! If only it was more orange. Oh, not intended behavior from Rocket Lab's interstage. That's not great. Side note that you might hear, as far as I know, this was the furthest booster splashdown at like 300 down range. Oh yeah, they're never finding a piece of that thing. This camera's really far away. Ranch, maybe? Space engineer said the booster landed 318 kilometer down range in his most recent post. I'd believe him. They didn't do a boost back, dudes. The boost back burn shut off. It shut off right after the thing turned around. Yeah, that thing's way out in deep water. You're never getting a piece of that thing back. What was the Saturn V's TWR? 1.1 thrust to weight ratio, Sydney. This thing is 1.4. And I know it's like, oh, that's only 0.3. Dude, 0.3 is a big difference. That's a big difference. The way thrust to weight goes, that's big. And the Saturn V was barely 1.1. The Saturn V kind of lurched off the pad, kind of like New Glenn. New Glenn does that. It kind of just starts off real slow and then gets going. That's insane. I can't believe we saw that. We got a tweet from Jared. Even a great seed. I'm probably with the 0.3 difference. You shut your mouth. Dick. Yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good, dude. Wow. What a day. What a day. Dude, they were lucky that RVAC failed was the bottom one. I think they're lucky an engine failed and it kept going. SpaceX definitely has some homework to do, dudes. Definitely some homework in the propulsion department, but they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. And you know how I know they'll figure it out? They got a lot of them. There's a lot of Raptor engines, man. They make tons of them. Guarantee you they'll... So, with the booster, that's just feed. That feed line. That's not necessarily Raptor, but one of the Raptor 3s did pop on the booster on the way up. And the vacuum Raptor definitely popped on Starship right after separation. There were some failures there. Make no distinction. But SpaceX has a lot of engines. They mass produce them for a reason. So they could, take one aside, give it a bench test and torture test the thing until it does the same thing. You gotta, we have ways of making you talk, you understand? Your buddy squealed like a piggy, we're gonna make you squeal like a piggy too. The engineers at McGregor, probably. It's probably what happens. YouTube recycle? YouTube's only been live for 4 hours because I didn't double stream NSF. Thanks for the coverage. It's never taken for granted. You're most welcome, Tiger. This is fun, man. It's good stuff. I love doing this. I love sitting here watching this stuff with you and enjoying it with you guys. And I'm happy that, you know, SpaceX gives us the privilege of doing that. I really do. And NASA and everybody else too. Like Blue as well. Like I have permission from them, like, for what it's worth. Like, you know, I went and asked a long time ago. I have permission from ULA, I have permission from Blue, permission from SpaceX, like, you know, I have and it is a privilege. It is a privilege to get that and share it here with you, you know? I don't know if it's a flight plan program error, that booster. So Nader, the booster was supposed to, after separation, right? If like this, my thumb is the up axis on the booster, it was supposed to go this way. It went that way. See what I'm saying? It yawed instead of pitched. And that sloshed the propellants in a way that basically grenaded the entire engine section. A hard start for a rocket engine, dude, is like compressor stall. It's bad. You're screwed. Like, you're screwed. If the engine, like, you know, if you're flying and you get a compressor stall, that's basically it. That engine is just like, it's okay. Okay, that engine stays over there and we just never talk about it ever again. Let's try to land on the other one, you know? Yaw when you're supposed to pitch. Gonna have a bad time. Yeah, Nader, I'm not sure what warranted that behavior. SpaceX, that's probably the biggest thing SpaceX is gonna have to try to figure out. That was a big one. They definitely got some work to do in the propulsion department, but we'll see it. We'll see them get it, man. They make engines. They crank out engines like crazy. They will torture test an engine and figure out why it did this. You totally deserve that privilege. Well, thank you. Enjoyed your stream. Thanks, man. Way more onboards here. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, you can watch the stream here. Planes can actually recover from compressor stalls sometimes, but the rocket engines have no shot. Yeah, it's possible, but you know, the engine, if you get compressor stall, if I'm Brian, all I'm saying, I'm not a pilot. If I'm in a twin engine plane, a twin engine jet, and one of those engines has compressor stall, I'm declaring emergency, shutting the fuel to that engine and landing on one before that problem gets worse. I'm not a pilot, but would that be a fair thing to do? Right? Like, would that be a fair procedure to execute? You know, like 2 spicy Raptor 3s, they'll get it sorted. Yep. Put the plane on the ground before it puts itself on the ground. Yes, okay, all right, cool. Starship, ETOPS certified. Bob Bear, generally, yeah, 737 and 777 have surge stall checklists that take you down a decision tree. Yes. Good old ETOPS. What is it, engines turning or passenger swim? Do you think the re-entry skipping maneuver was successful? Yeah, they needed some more downrange because they didn't do the Raptor relight 7. So yeah, it adjusted its trajectory on purpose. Really trick piece of guidance, re-entry guidance systems from SpaceX there. Very impressive. Okay, SCJ, all right, I'm in the ballpark there. Something that I also remember is that they said that some engines got damaged after the fast shutdown with a 10-engine static fire. That's worth keeping in mind for in-flight shutdowns. Yeah, like I said, Lava, there's some work to do in the propulsion department with Raptor 3, but they mass-produce them. They'll figure it out. Last hard start. You had pressure data show. You have experience here? What'd you break? Snackless? All right, what'd you break? Yep. Yeah, you broke it. Yeah, that's broken. Why is the skirt red? I think that may have been just the lighting. Baron, but also it could be heat. Yeah, I don't really understand how heat moves through the engine section just yet. Yeah, Snackless, yeah, you broke it. Let me see what's going on over here. What? See that little guy on the pressure on your pressure transducer? Yeah, see that little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Except I would, because yeah. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, see, right as the pressure started to increase, the loads, yeah, okay. Yeah, you broke it. Sudden drop of pressure in the fuel tank. In the fuel tank? Let me look at this again, hold on. Dude, there's like a 200 psi delta in your fuel tank pressure. You have, yeah, your feed pressure might not be ideal there. Yeah, that's yeah, it's probably not good for it. Do we know what happened to the RVAC other than it stopped working? Anonymous, I think the Raptor vacuum popped the leak. I think it sprung a leak and the computer shut it off because it detected a loss in pressure. Did you blow the... Where's your fuel line? I don't know. What's that? What's that, Baron? Snackless, cool video. Thanks for showing it. Starhopper may have taken a battering from the shockwaves, a little bit of debris from Lab Padre, but nothing major. All right, this is Avid Space or Lab Padre's cameras. What do we got? Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Whoa. The NSF trailer is over there. It's right next to Hoppy. That is sick. That's from Avid Space, guys. Holy crap, dude. That was impressive. Just, oh. A new NASA deputy administrator was sworn in. His name's Matt Anderson. He's Rook's right-hand man, and he posted this. And look, there's the Avid Space truck right there. There it is. And there's the NSF trailer right there. That's awesome. That's pretty good. There's the NSF trailer. They're F5s. Yeah. Jared Isaacman's planes are all, it's a two-seater F5 and a single-seater. He has 5 of them. I don't know which ones are single-seaters, two-seaters, or whatever, but yeah. Is Amit downgraded? He was the interim deputy. He was the acting administrator. He's 3rd in command now. NSF got to hang out with Hopper. Yep. So if you guys want to know why the Gateway to Mars sign got so messed up, look where it is. That's the Gateway to Mars sign, and that's the flame duct exit right there. That's why the sign got destroyed. Yeah. I want to also point out from this footage here that all of the grass is scorched from the booster static fire right there. See the stripe? From the booster static fire? Yeah, it just... all that grass is... all that grass is broken. Or burnt. And I'll bet you it's gone now. I'll bet you there's just sand there. And that's probably why Highway 4 was covered in caca. Did I hear NSF right that they parked the danger trailer behind some concrete barricades, then SpaceX moved the barricades? It looks like there is concrete barricades right there, Drew. And the trailer is right there. So, yeah. Yeah, that jives. Because that's the NSF trailer. Avid Space's truck is right there. See it? That's Lab's truck right there. Dude, okay, keep it paused here. Now picture 39A. Oh no, goalie. I get it, man. I get it. People, hopefully people understand why SpaceX is just doing Falcon Heavy stuff out of 39A, because when that thing goes to launch, it's gonna get violent. It's gonna get violent around 39A. Why did they even put the Gateway to Mars sign up? Because it's cool. These are not T-38s, guys. They're F-5s. That's an F-5. These are Jared Isaacman's planes. He painted them to look like T-38s, but they are F-5s. The one that Matt is flying right now is a twin-seat F-5, which is... a twin-seat F-5, for all intents and purposes, is basically the same thing as a T-38. The only difference between a two-seater F-5 and a T-38 is the ability for weapon systems. But civilians can't have weapon systems on their fighter jets. You can have fighter jets, but you have to safe the weapon systems. So, for all intents and purposes, Sintesi, I'd call it a T-38, but it's not. It's an F-5. It's a twin-seat F-5. It looks to be in pretty good condition, too. Except a little bit of funkiness going on up there, but whatever. It's an F-5B, that's what it is. And it, let me see, is that Rook? Yeah, that's Jared Isaacman. Yeah, just... or, to the cultured people, this is a MiG-28. Founding Fathers wanted us to have sidewinders. No argument for me, man. It's because I was inverted. Yeah, dude. This is a really nice flyby. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Weren't the MiG-28 F-5Es? Yeah, I think so, but also, you know, it was more of a joke at this point. Baron, what do you got? You got a shot of main engine cutoff? I don't see any of the flex you're talking about, dude. Is he allowed to break the sound barrier as a civilian? Yes. Oh, thank you, Animad, for posting that, yeah. Huh. Interesting. Looks good when the NSF caught the jets going behind the tower, yeah. BFT from the back seat going mock chicken when. You think NASA should have something for themselves at Starbase? NASA has a small contingent at Starbase, CT. They do. Jared was there. At shutdown, top left. I'm trying to look what you're trying to point out here, Baron. I don't see it. The nozzles, maybe. Notice the flexing on the RVAC thrust puck right up here. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I saw it. Whoa. Ho, 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 ho. Whoa. So watch the bulkhead up here, guys. Right at the beginning. Right there. Did you see? Dude, the thrust was loading up the thrust puck there. Holy crap. Yeah, and when they shut the engines off, it decompressed a little bit. Wow. That's a lot of decompression, but you know, whatever. It clearly wasn't an issue. Should it do that? I mean, Hellfish, okay. I'm going to pull this one completely out of my tail. I'm guessing it probably looks worse than it is because one of the vacuum raptors is off, right? If you're pushing on 3 points equally, right, it'll look okay. It won't load it up like that. But if one goes out, right, it's going to push the other two, right? So it's going to push a little bit more than it probably should. You're loading, you're loading up, you're unequally loading up the puck that way. Just a guess. I don't know. You want, yeah, exactly, Max. You want some flex. You need to have some flex in this thing or else it'll break it. Is SpaceX still required to have an FAA employee on site for launches? Yes. How did you not see it? Oh, man, I'm tired, dude. Leave me alone. Damn. That's crazy. Statics are not as good as dynamics. Yes, that's right, Article. It's not a bridge. I said, but I'm tired. Even our Raptor V2 did that, boys. All right, cool. Good to know. I mean, yeah, a little bit of flex is fine. You're loading up the puck. That's why it's called the thrust puck. You're supposed to load it up like that. It's supposed to dampen it out a little bit. Or not dampen, load it up. That's what it's supposed to do. Can we go through the NASA reorganization? Brother, please. Please don't do this to me. Can I save that for Monday, please? Give me some time. It's been a crazy couple of days, man. Thanks for the coverage again. Thank you for watching, Red. Yeah. All right. Not allowed. Not allowed. No. Challenge you to a duel. They would have a gunfight after that. Someone had to go. You know. Will we be here on Monday? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be? Actually, I should probably check because my in-laws are in town, so I should probably check just to be sure. You know, Primo's parents are here, so I should, yeah, just bear with me on that one, okay? See, Primo's here. See, they're watching. See, I thought of you. I didn't just say it. I thought about it. Now she'd be like, oh my God, EJ, you're so awesome and totally cool and totally not fat. You can stream on Monday. Oh, really? Thank you. Just one more tidbit that's cool. Amit Kshatriya will accordingly also become chief engineer at NASA. I am 100% okay with that, Halingar. Amit is the freaking man, dude. He's ride or die, baby. I like him a lot. Primo says I would not count on an EJ stream. Sorry, bros. Sorry, guys. I'll see you on Tuesday. I heard that whip from here. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you mean you heard the whip from here? I stream 50 to 60 hours a week and she deals with that crap. All right? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? Like, I mean, who's the real winner here, right? Like, I stream up here in my shop with rockets and cars all day. Like, believe me, we're good. She needs to take another day. I'll take another day. I'm sorry, you know. Like, estimate on the next Starship launch date. Geez, I don't. Yeah, dude, June. Late June, maybe early July. That's what I would say. Probably about 4 to 5 weeks from now. It really depends on how badly those engines kind of, you know what I mean? I would, you know what? I'll say July. July is probably better. And they're not going to want to launch on July 4th, so it's probably the middle of July if I had to guess. Yeah, I'd say first or second week of July, something like that. Have you heard the news about Kyle Busch? Yeah, I did. I made Brimo go and get me these. Because that stupid freaking M&M's Toyota lives rent-free in my head. I couldn't stand that guy. But damn did I respect him. They hate that guy. Dang could he wheel that car. Yeah, the bounty put on him on trucks too? Hey. What about Denny? I used to hate Denny Hamlin's guts. I don't mind him as much now. I actually started to respect that dude a lot when he was like, I beat your favorite driver right to the crowd's face. I'm like, all right. Okay. I see what you're about, dude. All right. Okay. That's cool. They're like, Denny Hamlin, you just won the race. What do you think? What do you have to say? I beat your favorite driver. The announcer's like, well, which one? He's like, all of them. And then he just walked away. I'm like, all right, man. I was unfamiliar with your game. Yeah, go look it up. It's pretty awesome. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's some of the letters. You know, some of them. Andrew posted this. Yeah, there's some of them. He found some of them. Rocket Lab confirmed the interstage cracking was test to failure. Yeah, but it didn't fail when they wanted to, Anonymous. I saw it. Yeah, Arctic for sure. McDowell estimates -7 by 194 at 28. Yeah. In other news, the Isle of Man TT begins in a few days. Maybe Michael Dunlop will get on that podium again. Yeah, baby. Isle of Man. Dude, you have to be cut from a different cloth to do that. IGW's got one of the sign as well. Yeah, it's pretty broken. Wow. Gat was bananas. It's just GT at this point. Yeah. Dude, you know what's crazy to me? I've stood right here. I've stood right where this picture was taken. That's where we set up. That's right where the trailer usually gets set up. That's weird to me. I don't know. That's just strange. Go to 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Look at the ring right behind the Raptors. Something went bang. 7 minutes, 30 seconds. What video, what playback, what cast? 7:30 on the VOD, 7:30 on the mission elapsed time. What are we talking about? Mission elapsed time. Trying to find it. I don't even know where the dang cast is. Yeah, that Vector shut down because it has a leak. It's leaking. I know it has a leak. It's not frosty like the other motors. The leak is upstream from the engine. If there was a leak on the engine, there would still be parts of it that are frosty. See? See all the white? Left of the middle engines. Oh, over there? Yeah, don't worry about that. Well, that little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Turn to the chase. What you think about that? I'm happy the chase is back, but the chase is still, dude, like, I don't know. Call me a NASCAR traditionalist, dude. I just want the person that has the most amount of points at the end of the season to win. Like, I understand the chase makes it competitive throughout the entire season, etc., dude, but I don't know. NASCAR, in my opinion, has way too many complications. It's just they kind of strayed away from the very, very easy formula of going fast and turning left. Like, dude, just go fast and turn left. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Somehow you guys missed the assignment. Thoughts on Shane Van Gisbergen? Guy can wheel. On a road course, he's a freaking weapon, Bargon. But yeah, anyway, dudes, we could talk about NASCAR for the rest of the night, but yeah, Andrew, I don't know, man. Yeah, just NASCAR just needs to, dude, higher horsepower packages, no restricted plate garbage, right? And go fast and turn left. It's not hard. Sorry, it's not difficult. Like, look at the Gen 4 car. That's what the Gen 4 car was all about. Go fast, turn left. That's it. That's it. Look at how good NASCAR was. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm saying. I'm not going to go on a race car rant. We're talking about rockets, you know? But safety. You can go fast and be safe. All right? You can go fast and be safe. Just saying. They're not mutually exclusive, dude. Look at how fast Formula 1 cars during the V10 era went. It was fine. You can go fast and you can be safe. It's not one or the other. Have you seen an F1 car wreck? No, not in person, but I've seen F1 cars. All right. Get rid of the yellow line rule? Maybe. Yeah, 140 Raptor 3s, Caden. Yep. All right, guys. I'm going to pack it in. Yeah, do it for Dale. Be like Biff. Race like Rowdy. There you go. That's right. We're not Cleater, but I do watch Cleater. A lot. I've been watching the entire month of Freedom as he's been posting. I had a pretty bad May. Cleater also had a pretty bad May. But yeah. All right. That's gonna that's going to do it for me. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the Flight 12 coverage. Flight 13 should be just around the corner from everything that I see here. We'll wait for an official word from SpaceX, but thank you very much for watching. Guys, I'm going to take the next 3 days. We'll be back on Tuesday. We got a NASA press conference on Tuesday about the moon base, and then we got to talk about NASA reorganizations. We have plenty of stuff to talk about on Tuesday, so I hope if you're in the U.S. or if you celebrate, I don't even know if you celebrate. We got Memorial Day this weekend. So, remember the fallen, right? Absolutely. If you're out there, actually that's Veterans Day, but Memorial Day, you remember the people that gave the ultimate sacrifice for this country, right? It allows us to do cool stuff like Flight 12, right? Don't forget that. Celebrate Memorial Day. Have a good time. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Got plenty to talk about. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you then. Have a great weekend, okay?